She was on top on the first race at 12.5 and came second yesterday in the sprint. The USA really a powerhouse, and with Masters and Gretsch leading the team there. We're really also looking for Christina Picton to do well today and move up. She is our Canadian going out right now. And Kocherova, great shooting. If she can do the great shooting and take advantage of her ski speed, she could move up in the podium as well.
Well, we're looking forward to all of these men and women taking on the sit ski course. Right now, we have bib number 1, Christina Picton, doing from Fawn Hill, Ontario. Part of the Nordic Renegades Nordic Club out in Fawn Hill. She's doing it with her patch, Cody Kittler and Graham Nishikawa, who is the guide for Brian McKeever we saw ski earlier in the races. Of course, Brian not a biathlon competitor, but we did see him earn himself some incredible podiums, of course, guided by her coach, Graham, in the front. She's very new to Nordic Canada's para-development program. Her first time in snow was in December 2018. And get this, Greg, just weeks after her start, she was already in her first race gate, and here she is at the World Cup level.
Yeah, really great to have the young Canadian skiers on board. Talking to Kate Boyd as a high performance director for Nordic Canada, really careful about how they bring in these young skiers and using the veterans to bring them along and make sure that they feel comfortable and get accustomed to racing.
And of course, Picton has a big career ahead of her, but already has some impressive results. Best is a 4th place finish at the 2021 Paranordic World Cup in Finland. Again, this is the first stop of the World Cup season this year, but Finland is stop number 2. Begins on Tuesday on the 14th. A lot of these athletes are out here. They've competed for 6 days now. This is their 6th day, and they're already jumping on the plane to the next stop tomorrow.
Yeah, we actually have some officials leaving at 2 o'clock this afternoon, taking some of the visual impaired targets with them as well.
So we just saw Maria Ilovela from Russia take the course, and now bid number 3, Azkana from Team Russia. She's in bid number 3. She's taken on the course as well. The Russians looking very strong. They've earned many podiums, including a few podium sweeps thus far into the tournament, and she's on course. Now this bib number 4, Marta Zainulina. Strong skiing. She's earned herself a silver medal on the 10-kilometer distance cross-country race last Sunday. She's looking to take the course again. Again, this is the final opportunity for these men and women to earn themselves a position on the podium. Today is a qualifier for the Paralympic Games in Beijing, and she is off. There's bib number 5, Irina Gulievela from Russia. 3 6th-place finishes in the 10K distance, the 12.5-kilometer distance biathlon event, and yesterday's sprints. Arena set to go. 5 laps, 4 opportunities in the range to shoot clean. Goal, of course, to get all clean shots, avoid any appearances in the penalty box or the penalty loops, as each loop will add 100 meters of distance for these athletes. Is bid number 6, Natalia Kochevera, who, like you said, is a contender for the top of the podium. She's already earned herself 3 bronze medals, and Greg, she's looking strong this far.
Yeah, she's had 2 bronze medals in the cross-country and then 2 bronze medals here in the biathlon. Really looking to move up today. She's a strong skier and obviously coached very well. As we watch her coming into the range shooting, you'll see that for sure.
Join us by way of Moscow, Russia. She is now on course. Now into the American heavy hitters, 2 in a row. You see bid number 7 and bid number 8 teammates. Travel the world together, good friends, but when they're on the field, no friends on a POW day, especially like today when about 10 centimeters graced us here in Canmore last night. This is Kendall Gretsch from Team USA. Silver medal yesterday in the sprints. Took a 1st place in the 12.5-kilometer distance race, and she's on course. And then secondly, close behind, the final athlete in the women's sit skiing race. This is Oksana Masters, one of the most dedicated American Paralympic athletes, both in the summer and winter Paralympic Games. Greg, she has 3 golds, including yesterday's 12.5-kilometer distance race and the sprint. And here she is. Can she do it again?
Well, we're certainly looking at her today. I mean, it's a little bit a longer race today. Shooting's going to come into be a big part of this race. I think Kendall Gretsch maybe have a little advantage a bit on the shooting side. Masters probably a little bit on the speed side.
So all 8 women are on course. There is the course they're taking on again. Greg, like you mentioned, they're doing 5 laps. It is a challenging course.
Really challenging. And as they leave the stadium here, they get to climb in behind us, and then they head out on the Banff Trail, and that's about a 12-meter climb for the out onto the top of the Banff Trail. A little bit of a break going underneath the bridge, but then coming back into the stadium, it's kind of a fun loop there. You get to come in on the camel bumps.
And there you see the course just over 2K, 2,079 meters. There's that big climb. Again, it's hard to, you can, obviously on screen you can see the size of it. When you're actually in person, you can kind of see how big this climb actually is and how difficult it is for these men and women to push themselves to the top of it. Again, this is just the first lap. They've got 5 difficult laps ahead.
You know, earlier I guess about 2 weeks ago, we had a bit of a rain event here in Canmore, and then it froze. And so for the last few days, the tracks have been really fast. We've had great grooming, of course, but then the tracks were really fast. With the snow last night, I was talking to one of the skiers out there this morning, and they're finding it's a bit slow. You might see some of the sit skiers coming out of the tracks and maybe skiing in between.
Sitting at -6 right now in Canmore. Again, about 10 or 15 centimeters of fresh snow in the Kananaskis Valley here. Beautiful day. Canmore blessing us with incredible weather. I'm sure you'll see the sun pop out a little bit later. The mountains, Mount Rundle in the background looking gorgeous. As we see Kendall Gretsch push her way up the first climb of the day. Close behind is Oksana Masters. Like we said, there's a 30-second interval start between each athlete. We might see some people overpassing, and we're excited to see once the men, of course, get on the course as well. We'll see what we call the Canmore traffic jam.
Exactly. We get a little rush hour traffic here down on the range. You know, this is one of those days where it's likely to get some blue sky coming out here somewhere. You know, with -6, -7, waxing is not going to be as difficult maybe as some other days when we had the warmer temps and you know, a little bit more icy tracks.
You see these athletes on course, but there's so much more behind what goes into their performance. Each team comes with a few coaches, even a few coaches per discipline. Of course, you have the sit skiers, the vision impaired folks, and the standing skiers. And in some teams, they actually have separate coaching staff for each discipline. And then again, a whole army of wax technicians. And they're, like you said, a bit of the voodoo and the magic behind these races. And as each day is a different challenge, each day has different conditions, the weather, the temperature, the wind is a big factor. And of course, how much snow might have fallen or how the actual conditions are looking. So a big challenge only for the skiers on course, but also the officials and the coaches and wax technicians that actually make this event tick. And here we go, the men's start list. Who are you looking forward to, Greg?
Definitely, you know, Golubkov's been so consistent, you know, taking all 2 biathlon events so far. He's clean shooting. He's shot clean for the first 2 events, and he's very fast skier. Watch out for Danila from Russia. If he shoots well, then it'll be close for first. He can pull that off for sure. And then Colin Cameron, he has been skiing very fast, and if he can get the shooting in line, yeah, he'll be on the podium and be a contender.
So the men's race will be firing out of the start line in just 3 minutes at 10:10. Of course, we're in mountain time here in Alberta as our first athlete is coming down the hill. This is our very own Christina Picton from Fonthill, Ontario. She's coming into the range. It'll be her first opportunity, Greg.
Yeah, for sure. Also on the men's side, you know, we have a couple athletes from Great Britain. Scott Minot did really well yesterday. You know, if he's right there, a good round and a slip up by maybe some of the top men, and he'll be on the podium as well.
Christina Picton, watch this transition as she goes from skiing. She's going to meet her coach. We'll have her rifle in lane 13 as she's about to land in, past that Air Canada banner. This is so crucial, this transition. Every second counts. Christina Picton coming in. Poles on the ground. There's the coach. Positions the rifle. And she's off. Again, it's a constant strategy. These athletes have to come in, have to cool, calm, have to calm their breath, calm their nerves, and get right to shooting. And of course, the focus is what counts. The target you're looking at is 10 meters from where they're landing, or they're sitting in prone, to the distance they're shooting. And each of the targets, Greg, about the size of a dime.
Yeah, it's a bit deceiving there. We're looking on it from TV. You see the black sort of round circle there. Within there's another circle, and it's about the size of a dime. So that's what they're shooting at. It's not the big one. It's a little one inside that.
So every time they hit a clean shot, you'll see the little white paddle shoot up. So there you go. Christina Picton has shot 2 for 5 so far. If she misses, you'll see the paddle stays down and she'll move into the next hole. And there you go, Christina Picton shooting clean. Come on.
Yeah,
making
she's
it look
definitely
so
been looking
easy.
for a good day today. You know, good day today, and then moving up in the standings. That's really great shooting coming out of on her first round. 3 more to go.
Seeing some more athletes now come into the range. There's bib number 3. Azkana from Russia has 4 top 10 finishes this far into the week. Best place so far is a 5th place position in yesterday's sprint biathlon event. It's one of my favorite zones to watch. They get the last tuck, the last little bit of gravity, pulling them down into the range.
Yeah, and this is where you see the glide wax on the skis really coming into play. They want to take advantage of every downhill and you know, not waste any energy at all coming into the range. And you can see each athlete has a bit of a routine coming in. They'll slow down, take a couple breaths, might even lose the goggles, and then get set up. And they practice this routine over and over again, you know, all year round.
There is our American ladies, American women coming into the range. Watch. I think it's going to be a battle between these two and between Natalia Koshevera, who we just saw come into the range. There's Oksana Masters in bib number 8. Close behind her is Kendall Gretsch in bib number 7. Oksana Masters was the last person out of the gate. She started 30 seconds behind Kendall Gretsch and has clearly caught up some speed. But again, this is just the first lap. We'll wait and see as the scores and times come through once the shots are fired. And there she is. There's Oksana Masters, her American coach, handing her rifle.
Are you done?
We'll see how she shoots, Greg.
Yeah, we'll be watching Gretchen and Masters here. If Gretchen can shoot clean and avoid penalty loops, this is going to be a very close race.
No, don't put your, if you're deadline, don't put your hand up.
It looks like Oksana Masters missing her second shot there. 4 for 5. And we'll be doing 1 penalty loop. We've got Kendall Gretsch.
So what I've been doing is putting 4, and then I lay the mat.
Looks like Kendall Gretsch shooting clean.
Yeah, I just had a quick look out the window there, Josh. She shot clean, so that's a great advantage for Kendall Gretsch from Team USA.
So Oksana Masters will be off to the 100-meter penalty loop. Doing it for Team USA. She is a summer and winter Paralympic athlete in both cross-country skiing and road cycling. Initially born in Ukraine. Went to the Altherin High School in Louisville, Kentucky. Has her degree in business management from the Divera University. As we welcome now back into the start list, this is Derek Zaplaninski from Team Canada. The race is on. It's the final day of contests for these athletes. Derek is looking strong. Looks like he's got some previous results. What do we got for Derek?
Well, Derek's had good placings in the cross country. He placed 8th, the 5th, and the 7th, and then 12th in the longer distance biathlon, the 12.5 the other day. So good results so far for Derek.
Derek doing out of Smoky Lake, Alberta. As we look onto the climb, there's our own Colin Cameron leading the charge in bib number 12 and bib number 11, Jeong from Korea. So they're already onto the climb. We expect to see them into the range in a few minutes. There's a very own Scott Mina from Great Britain. Family at home watching along. His wife, Madeline, cheering him on from the distance. Of course, folks, family and friends watching online at cbcsports.com or on YouTube, Facebook, streaming live around the world. Welcome on in, and thank you so much for tuning in. This is the 2021 World Paranordic Skiing World Cup, presented by Tourism Canmore Kananaskis. If you want to learn a little bit more about where we are, what we have to offer in Canmore, head to explorecanmore.ca. You'll be amazed by the offerings of both the sport, culture, nightlife, the food, the art scene. Canmore has it all year round. This, of course, we're enjoying the beautiful winter out here as Aaron Pike takes on his final race, Greg.
Yeah, we've got some family and friends down in Jamaica watching this as well. So we've got people from around the world watching our nice snowy location here in Canmore.
Aaron Pike, Team USA. Right behind him is bib 19. That's Shin from Korea. Aaron earned himself a 3rd place in yesterday's sprints, as well as a 3rd place in the biathlon 12.5 kilometer distance race. So he's hoping to get back on the podium and maybe even improve upon that third place position.
Yeah, great consistent shooting from Aaron and performance. We see him back up on the podium today for sure.
Very own Shin from Korea. Best place thus far into the World Cup was a 5th in the 12.5 kilometer distance biathlon event. That took place on Tuesday. There's the unofficial results right now after run number 1. Kendall Gretsch from Team USA, 8 minutes and 8 seconds. Oksana Masters, 8 minutes and 17 seconds. Azkana from Russia, 8 minutes and 30 seconds. Natalia Koshevera, 8 minutes and 35 seconds. Irina Guleva in 5th, 8 minutes and 39 seconds. Maria Ilovela in 6th. Our own Christina Picton in 7th with a time of 9 minutes and 17 seconds. And Marta from Team Russia rounding out that 8th place position. And there you see Oksana Masters. She missed a shot, had to do a penalty loop, and that probably factored into why she's seen into second place.
Totally factoring there. You can see Gretsch out of the range faster than Masters. That actual timing point is just past where you'd come out of the penalty loop. So that's a really good indication of how things are going right now. With Gretsch, shooting clean, Masters missing one. That's a bit of a time penalty there for sure.
We're estimating that each penalty loop is about 20 to 30 seconds, depending if it's a ski athlete or if it's a standing skiing athlete. So you can factor that in as you watch online. If you know that these athletes are missing a shot and earning themselves a loop into the penalty loop, you can kind of factor that time into their overall race time. As we move into bib number 22, this man is one to watch. This is Danilo Bridic from Team Russia. Greg, he's skied very strong, and I think he has great shooting and also an opportunity to take the win today.
For sure. He had 3 missed shots yesterday, and if he didn't miss those, he would be right up there on the podium and contending with Golubkov here, of course. Mr. Golubkov has been very consistent, I would say. We're calling him Mr. Consistent this week.
Mr. Consistent, he'll be consistently shooting out the lights here as we welcome him to the range once he completes his first lap. Golubkov, 2 wins in the biathlon events thus far and 2 wins in cross country. He's looking very strong. I would not doubt if he earns himself a spot on the top of the podium again today, as we'll have to wait and see. As he is off into his first race, we wait to see our first men come into the range here. It looks like we've got eyesights and a very on Colin Cameron. This is where we're going to start to see that Canmore traffic jam. As we see Colin coming in with Christina Picton, 2 Canadians coming in strong.
Yeah, this is going to be rush hour here at the Canmore Nordic Center biathlon range. We've got a few skiers coming in all at once here, but that's good. We have enough lanes for sure for everyone, and we'll just see how Colin comes in and does his shooting.
Colin Cameron from Sudbury, Ontario. This is my favorite part. Watch this transition, folks. As a fan of yoga myself, I love this chaturanga. He's coming from down dog, right through up dog, and then right into his shooting. His coach passes on his rifle. He's one of the only athletes I see him do this kind of chaturanga-like yoga maneuver into position. And there he is. He's in lane 13. Colin Cameron, again, not earned himself his position on the podium thus far into the race, but he's right up there, and if he can shoot strong, I wouldn't doubt if we can see him come across. There he is, 4 out of 5 thus far. Can he clean all 5 shots? And he does. Colin Cameron.
Definitely, yeah. We have Colin there. He's seems to be firing on all cylinders this morning. That's a really good start for Colin coming into the range.
Colin, relatively new to the sport. He's only been on the team for 5 years, and he's got quite a career ahead of him. He already has 3 bronze medals from the Paralympic Winter Games debut in 2018, including a 3rd in the 7.5 kilometer distance, 15 kilometer distance events in biathlon, and also helped Canada while skiing to a 3rd bronze in the open cross-country relay distance. So Colin Cameron, well-established athlete. We're looking for a strong performance from him today as we see quite a few folks now make their way into the range. The women coming in for their second opportunity to shoot. We got Natalia Koshevera, one to watch. We'll see how her shooting can come out.
We didn't get a chance to see Natalia on the first round. We'll get a chance maybe here to catch up on her shooting and see how she's doing. But just looking at how the other skiers are coming in, it looks like she's doing really well this time.
We see her in lane number 7.
Super solid performance from Natalia this week. two bronzes in the cross country, 4th place in the sprint day at the cross country, and so far 2 bronzes in biathlon.
And looking great thus far in the range. The British coach in her way, but it looks like she shoots clean. Coach Vera, shoot and fire. She's out. Lights are out. She shot all of the light bulbs out, and she's off to the range. Onto the course. This is her 2nd lap. Kendall Gretsch from Team USA. She's leading the charge after round number 1. Shoots clean as well. You have to. You know, there's no opportunities for missed shots. Even the little bit of time that the athletes have to take in the penalty loop, like we said, Oksana Masters did 1 penalty loop and ended up in 2nd place, just about 15 seconds behind Kendall. So there's no chance for error. These athletes are looking for clean shots in all 4 opportunities in the range, hoping to look strong. There's bid number 15, our very own Canadian Derek Zaploninsky now in the range.
Well, on the women's side, for sure, Kocherova and Gretsch, just 2 clean rounds so far. Haven't seen Oksana Masters come through. I don't think she may have just shot, but we'll see how she does. She'll be trying not to do more penalty loops today.
We have seen over the last few days, there's been some opportunities, both the men and women. For the most part, there's been a few folks that have taken 1 penalty loop and still been able to land themselves in the podium. And then we've seen some other categories, like yesterday's men's visitor impaired category. All the athletes shot clean, and any missed shot would have really put them down in the rankings. So today, very little room for error. There's Derek from Team Canada. Didn't get to see how he shot, but he's off to the races. We'll see how he does into his 2nd lap.
Well, at a quick glance there, I think Derek shot clean. He was in lane 13, so that's good shooting for Derek.
Here's Aaron Pike, bronze medalist from yesterday's biathlon sprint race. How's he looking there, Greg?
Oh, that's just really great shooting from Aaron. Oh, yeah. So we'll have Aaron going straight out, no penalty loops there. He'll be excited about that. It's always a good feeling, you don't have to worry about the penalty loops and what the other competitors are doing. You can kind of focus on your own race.
It's been a long week for these athletes. Most of them have done 6 days. This is their 6th day of racing. To say they're probably tired would be an understatement, but they know what's in sight. Not only a podium here today, but also a chance to represent their nation at the Olympics as Alexander Devovich from Russia comes in. One of the things to note that we've watched these Russian athletes over the past few days, there's very little time between landing on the mat, getting handed their rifle, and getting right to shooting. No time to spare. The focus and the mental strength to be able to transition like that. Devovich missing 1 shot. He'll be on the range, but Greg, it's a very difficult transition to go from quick skiing, about 20, 30 kilometers an hour coming down that hill, into that final push, and then into the transition, grabbing the rifle and taking those shots. But to be able to do that all clean is very challenging.
Oh, it's very challenging. And then if you have a miss, you have to ski the penalty loop, put it out of your mind, and go forward and make sure you're focused and you get back into your routine for the next round. You don't want to get out of your routine and start thinking backwards. You got to think forward.
So every missed shot is an opportunity in the penalty loop. It's up to these athletes as well to keep track of how many penalty loops they have to do. Again, any missed penalty loops. If you miss 2 and you have to do 2 penalty loops and you only do 1, we will add 2 minutes automatically onto your score. So any missed penalty loops is 2 minutes. So it's in their best interest, obviously, to keep track of how many loops, how many shots they missed, how many loops they have to do. Ivan Golubkov missing 2. Quite surprising performance from him.
That's probably the first 2 shots he's missed all competition for 3 days now. So that's a surprise. That's definitely a surprise there. That's going to make some room for Danila and Cameron and possibly Scott Minoff from Great Britain as well. And definitely Aaron Pike's going to be in there. You can see Britick there shooting clean on lane 6. Boy, that's going to put the pressure on Golubkov now. And he's out of the range and pushing hard.
Golubkov, our current world leader. His World Cup points sitting at 240 points ahead of Daniel Britek in 2nd place. There's the women's unofficial results. Kendall Gretsch growing her lap lead The time of 15 minutes and 58 seconds. All these results are, of course, unofficial after lap number 2. Natalia Koshevera in second place, and Oksana Masters, the world leader, moves into third position with Christina Picton from Team Canada in 7th. The battle begins.
Oh, totally the battle there. We were calling it earlier. Kocherova doing really well. Shooting clean is going to really have to keep that up, shooting clean. And, of course, Gretsch coming in so far after 2 rounds of shooting, leading the pack. Really exciting for Kendall.
Colin Cameron coming into his second opportunity to shoot. Rifle in hand. Colin, shot all clean. His last loop through.
I don't know about you, Josh, but I can imagine people, I'm nervous watching all this, so I get anxious watching it, and I'm sure everyone at home is as well.
I can imagine Colin and his coaches right here in Canmore. These are the best of the best. 4 out of 5. Colin doing it.
Killing it out there, yeah. All right, so Colin shooting 2 rounds clean. He'll be really stoked about that and getting back out on the course.
He was just shy of the podium yesterday, took a 4th place position. He's been neck and neck with these kind of leaders here, Daniel Britik, Ivan Golubakov, and of course, I mean, the whole list of athletes out here. But the fact that Golubakov missed his second shot, and there he is, Colin sliding into 1st place.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Golubakov down in 5th.
You can see the time difference between Britik and Cameron. We're talking seconds here, not even a second. It's fantastic.
That's how close this race is. Daniel Britik in 2nd place, Shin from Korea in 3rd place, Aaron Pike from the USA in 4th, our current world leader Golubakov in 5th place again, missing 2 shots, 2 laps of the penalty loop. Derek Zaploninsky from Canada in 6th, Alexander Devovich in 7th, Daniel Nilsson from USA in 8th, Alexei from Russia in 10th, and Steve Arnold from Great Britain.
Well, you know, you have Shin from Korea. This is a really good result for Shin from Korea. He'll be happy about this going into the World Cup season and, of course, going into the Paralympics in Beijing. That's really exciting for Shin.
So excited to see how these results will update as the battle begins. I mean, it's still early into the race, but story right now, it's going to be watching Golubakov, Britik, Shin, and Colin Cameron. I think those 4 are going to be alternating positions over the next few laps. Again, only 2 laps in. We'll see how these scores change. Greg, it's going to be an exciting show.
Yeah, it looks like I see Steve Arnold coming in there from Great Britain coming into the range. And we have bib number 2, that's Ayovleva from Russia, getting ready in lane 4.
Maria, her best finish thus far into the World Cup is a 5th place in the 12.5 kilometer distance cross country event. There's been number 6, Kocherova. Natalia, 3 bronze medals. If she can shoot clean, there's a chance to earn herself, to move up this position.
Oh, if she shoots clean, she'll be putting the pressure on for sure on Gretsch and Masters. I think everyone in Russia will be holding their breath for this one.
When we talk about breath, you can see in the back movement, right where the number 6 is, how focused, that calm, the breathing comes in so much importance here as they calm themselves. Any little flinch or maneuver could cause them to miss a target.
Well, I was talking to a shooting coach, and the way they kind of work is, get the breathing down, slow it down, try to take a shot as you're still. So you might even see a little bit of a pause in the breathing. And Kocherova, well, showing us how to shoot. That's amazing. Shooting clean 3 rounds, going to put the pressure on Gretsch for sure.
And they're off to the races. It's a great shot of the athletes coming into the range here. Coaches and officials, and of course the volunteers. There's Marta from Russia. Bib number 7, shooting clean.
Now these women really putting on a show from Russia on how to shoot clean. Gretsch is going to have to come in. She should be in shortly and shoot clean as well in order to keep up.
All eyes here on Aaron Pike. He currently has a bronze medal after run number 2. We'll see how his shooting can either maintain that position or improve it. Again, if he gets all 5 clean, he'll be off to the races. Any missed shot earns himself a little bit of a hangout in the penalty loop, 100 meters. It's a direct consequence of any mixed shot.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's a bit slower today too with the new snow. It's not as fast as it's been yesterday even. And there's Aaron Pike shooting clean 5. He'll be really excited about that, not having to get into the penalty box, as we call it.
So the men and women both on course right now. You're watching the men's and women's middle distance sit skiing 10-kilometer distance biathlon race. They're both on course. The women are heading into their 3rd and 4th loop. The men heading into their 2nd and 3rd. There's a beautiful shot of the penalty box, we're calling it there. The inside loop is the sit skiing race. That's a 100-meter distance. And the outside loop is for the standing and vision impaired folks. And that is a 150-meter loop. You can see quite a big distance, and you can kind of visualize why you don't want to be in there.
You definitely don't want to be in there. That's a great shot looking down towards the town of Canmore. And of course, we're up here at the Canmore Nordic Center Provincial Park, and one of the greatest venues in the world for Nordic skiing.
Currently sitting at an elevation of 1,300 meters. Nice snowfall, received about 15 centimeters the late of last night. Definitely affecting some of the speed and conditions of the course. You can see there's the tracks. They're going looking a lot slower than usual, and you can see a little bit of fresh snow is actually poking out of the track. And like you mentioned, we might see some of these racers actually step out of the track and opt for the...
Yeah, we just saw Coach Rova and Gretsch going up the hill there, and they're 1-2 right now. It looked like Gretsch is sort of pulling ahead on at least on the ski speed.
Each loop is 2 kilometers. Ivan Golovkov, this is one to watch. Again, he's sitting in 5th place right now after his first lap. The reason being, he earned himself 2 loops in the penalty box, which is 200 extra meters that he was not hoping to ski. That's, of course, a result of missing 2 shots. He's won 2 golds in biathlon thus far into the World Cup. If he can clean these 5, good chance he might be able to climb back up the ranking.
Oh, definitely. Golovkov has the ski speed. He can really go out if he can clean the shooting right now. He'll want to get a little bit of redemption on that second round. And shooting clean, he'll be happy about that.
Golovkov off to the races. Daniel Bridik from Russia, sitting right next to him in lane number 7. Rifle in hand, shooting clean. 2 silver medals thus far to the biathlon events. Shot clean every opportunity he's had in the range. There's Colin Cameron. I can't get over this transition. Watch this, folks. Chaturanga up, he's in. Rifle in hand. Colin shooting so well. Can he keep this streak here?
Well, let's hope so. Leading out of the second lap there, he was in first place. And if he can shoot clean, we'll keep that up. His ski speed is, he's one of the fastest skiers out there, on the World Paranordic circuit.
The shooting is such a difficult action to take. Rick Mercer said it well himself. He said these athletes really have to train themselves like superheroes to prevent their hearts from pounding and arms from shaking while they focus on this shot at the bottom. And he's not wrong. Colin Cameron shooting well. Clean shot for Colin Cameron for his 3rd lap in the range. Unofficial results. Daniel Bridik from Team Russia taking that 1st place position. Colin Cameron from Team Canada close behind, just 3 seconds behind him. Ivan Golovkov climbing 2 rankings with those clean shots into 3rd place. Shin from Korea sliding into 4th. Aaron Pike from Team US in 5th. Daniel Nelson in 6th. Our own Derek Zaponinsky from Team Canada in 7th. Alexei from Russia in 8th. Alexander Dadovich from Russia in 9th. And Steve Arnold from Great Britain in the 10th position right now. The British athletes looking strong. Steve Arnold, his wife Jessica, and daughter Elizabeth watching from home. There's the women's unofficial results. Kendall Gretsch holding down that top position. Oksana Masters climbs her way into 2nd. And in 3rd place, Natalia Koshevera, close behind. In 4th, Oksana from Russia. Irina Guyevela in 5th. Marta from Russia in 6th. Maria Iovela, Russia in 7th. And Christina Picton from Team Canada from Fonthill, Ontario, rounded out in 8th place right now.
Yeah, Josh, looks like Oksana Masters making up some time after the first round of shooting where she had to do a penalty loop and making up some time now. But we'll see how she does in the next 2 rounds here.
Kendall Gretsch still holding a minute of a lead. You can see Colin Cameron in second place, his coach there to the left, giving a little bit of nourishment and inspirational words and coaching as he heads up the hill there. Again, a beautiful shot of Canmore.
Yeah, another great day here in Canmore. You just saw Colin Cameron going up the hill, getting some, well, I guess, words of encouragement from his coach. Go, go, go.
You could do it. You're in second. You're almost in first. Steve Arnold from Great Britain coming into the range. Again, his wife, Jessica, and daughter Elizabeth at home watching. International debut was in 2017 at the World Championships in Germany. He was a vice captain of the United Kingdom team at the 2017 Invictus Games in Toronto. A veteran of the British Army, following his footsteps of his grandfather and his father and his brother by joining the British Army. Served for 16 years. Completed tours in Northern Ireland, Iraq, and Afghanistan. As Oksana Masters coming in to the range. What I love about this event, all these athletes, of course, are at the top of their game, but they all come from such interesting backgrounds, whether that's at different forms of education, or if that's like Steve Arnold as a member of the British Army, teachers, of course.
I can't imagine, training full-time and doing university education or another job on top of that. But talk about dedication and energy to do this. We have that Masters in lane 10, so far 2 for 2. And obviously her ski speed is helping her out here. If she can shoot clean, she might get ahead of Kendall Gretsch on this next lap.
Oksana is a 5-time Paralympian, 10-time Paralympic medalist, 4 golds, 3 silvers, and 3 bronzes, both the summer and winter games. And she was actually just at the Tokyo Summer Games this past summer and took a gold in time trial road racing. So she competes around the world as Kendall Gretsch, her teammate, out of the range, onto the course. So there's a good shot of the penalty loop. You see Oksana Masters, unfortunately, earning herself another visit to the penalty box. 2 other athletes as well. Looks like 3 athletes on that penalty box right now. They're doing, each missed shot is 1 loop, 100 meters. Greg.
Yeah, it looked like Gretsch got through that round clean, so she's out on the course already, and so Masters will have her work cut out to catch up.
You can see just by looking at that that penalty loop, just how big 100 meters really is in the grand scheme of the course. We're looking probably 20 to 30 seconds, maybe even a little bit more given the snow conditions right now. No one wants to end up there.
No, you don't want to end up in there. It's not just a straight 100 meters. You're constantly turning, so you can't go 100%. You have to kind of keep turning. You don't get going really fast. So that's part of the deal. It's a penalty for sure.
And it's too early to say as these athletes have 5 laps, but Oksana Masters, that extra penalty loop might have made the difference between second and third place, and she might still have an opportunity to climb into the first place and take another win, but it's going to be quite difficult at this level.
We might get a shot of them climbing up onto the Banff Trail here. Depends what's going on in the range, but we have some men coming into the range now. But that hill out over to our left out at the announcer's booth definitely give us a good tell on how Gretsch and Oksana Masters are making out.
There's been number 15, Derek Zaponinsky coming in, as well as Ivan Golubkov from Russia. Last loop in the range, he shot clean. Unfortunately, had a bit of a misfire. Missed 2 shots in his first round through and had to do 2 penalty loops. Currently sitting in second place after race or round number 2. Can Ivan come through?
He's been so consistent this week, shooting clean in all rounds and then having the 2 misses earlier. Looks like, he's doing really well here. Yeah, and the Russians they come in and they don't mess around. They don't spend a lot of time in the range and they get things done. Oh, and Golubkov's going to start putting pressure on people now.
Making it look easy. Shooting clean. No penalty loops for him. He's hoping to leave those 2 that he already did in the dust and hopefully not do any more for the rest of the day.
Definitely a little hiccup this morning, I would say. Wow. So he's put that behind him and he's doing really well. And we have Briddick leaving the range now. Oh, actually, Briddick coming into the range.
Bid number 22 landing at lane number 6. I'd say he's in that top 4 list of men that can take the win. And again, I'm unofficially saying that it's going to go to Golubkov, Briddick, our own Colin Cameron.
Oh, it's too close to call right now, and it's
Aaron
going to come
Pike.
down to these shootings for sure. Yeah, and Briddick, another good shot.
Danila Briddick doing it
Not
like the
wasting
Russians
time.
do.
Like not wasting time at all in that range. Wow, giving us a little lesson on how to do it.
We said this before, but in case you've forgotten or in case you want to be re-reminded about the wonders of this sport, that target is only about the size of a dime.
And 10 meters away. So
10 years away, yeah, and the size of a dime. Can you imagine what it takes for these athletes? And for the most folks, this is 2 sports as Colin Cameron pushes his way out, the current leader. Colin shooting clean. He is having a standout day.
Oh boy, here we go. And Colin, we know, has one of the fastest ski speeds out there. Definitely going to be a close race to the finish.
But yeah, one of the reasons we love biathlon is such a dynamic sport. Really is the combination of 2, of shooting and skiing. Of course, stems from the Greek word of 2 contests. It has its roots in survival skills practiced in the snow-covered hills of Scandinavia. As unofficial results now coming in for the men, Daniil Briddick in first place from Russia, Colin Cameron in second place, Ivan Golubkov in third. We see the distance between Colin and Cameron is very tight, so it's still a battle between the 2. Ivan Golubkov would have to catch up about 40 seconds behind. Aaron Pike close behind him in 4th place. Shin from Korea in 5th. Daniel Nosen in 6th. And our very own in 6th place, Derek Zaponinsky in 7th place. So I think the story right now, where we are, Colin Cameron, Danilo Briddick from Russia, they're seconds apart.
I can see Briddick going up the hill. We can have a shot of him, number 22, going there, catching up to number 20, 21. Pushing up over top of this big climb, and then a little bit of a break. And you can see him there changing tracks. Might be one track's a bit faster than the other. Who knows? And basically, there's a little bit of a break on the downhill, and very technical coming back in. And the racers love this course, but it is a bit technical coming in, and we do get a final break before they can push to the finish. You can see Cameron there pushing on.
Actually, are you almost done that one? Oh, okay. Because they're going to collate it to match this.
So Colin shot clean all 4 opportunities he had in the range. He's on his final lap, which means the only way to make up that time now is to ski strong and come into the finish. Here's the unofficial results for the women's after lap number 4. Kendall Gretsch in first place. Oksana Masters in second. Look at that lead between Kendall and Gretsch. Just under a minute. Natalia Koshevera in third place, 33 minutes and 35 seconds. But Kendall with the fastest time of 31 minutes, 43 seconds. And Christina Picton, our own from Team Canada, in 8th place right now.
Yeah, you've got Kendall Gretsch there really shooting well this morning here at the Canmore Nordic Center, and Masters having a little bit of a slip up there, and that's probably allowed that change of top positions.
So we're expecting to see our women come into the finish line. There we see bid number 8, Oksana Masters. And Shin, just in front of her, we expect to see Oksana, the first woman across the line. And Shin will be heading into his final opportunity in the range. It's impressive. Oksana Masters, the world leader, she started, 4 minutes behind? And she was the 8th athlete to start. Christina Picton started off the race at 10 a.m. Oksana Masters started at 10:04 and is coming across the finish line before anyone else. And her teammate, Kendall Gretsch, right behind. So
definitely looks like after that last shooting, she made up about a minute on the ski trail. So we've got Gretsch coming across right now.
the story is, can Oksana Masters outseat Kendall Gretsch, who was in first place? Looks like Oksana had a fast ski at the end there. But Kendall had about a 45-second lead in front of Gretsch. So we'll wait to see if she can unseat her. Natalia Koshevera coming across the line now as well. So the men's and women's are coming into the finish line. Current leaders right now, unofficial, the times coming in. Kendall Gretsch in first place with a time of 38 minutes and 35 seconds. Oksana Masters in second at a time of 39 minutes and 26 seconds. Natalia Koshevera in third place at the time of 40 minutes and 49 seconds. Marta from Russia right now in fourth, 41 minutes and 59 seconds, as Maria Velva from Russia, bid number 2, comes across the finish. So Kendall Gretsch, unstoppable today, Greg.
Great. Yeah, we were thinking about that this morning. It was all coming down to the shooting, and Kendall had some really great shooting rounds out there today. And that's so fantastic for her.
Here's our very own Christina Picton from Fonthill, Ontario. Look at her finishing up strong. The fans are here, tuning in on live at home, as well as here in the booth. And here live in Canmore, Christina looking strong. The Canadians skiing great this far this week, but in this category, man, it's about the Americans. The Americans have really held their top positions.
Oh, it's a tough category. Not only are they fast skiers, everyone's shooting really well this week. And coming into the range now, we have Golubkov. See how he's making out here.
Golubkov was sitting in third place. This is his last opportunity in the range. He's already missed 2 shots. There is no room for error here, as Colin Cameron and Daniel Brittic from Russia are neck and neck, as Irina Gudevela from Russia crossed the finish line. Christina Picton at the time of 44 minutes and 10 seconds. Here we got Ivan Golubkov. He's in the range. He needs to shoot clean if he wants to earn some of that time back. It's going to be tough, though.
Looks like he's got one miss there.
Oh, that is going to make the difference.
Yeah, it opens the door for Brittic and Pike and Cameron for sure.
I don't want to call it officially because that's way above my pay grade, but I think given that he's just done it last lap, I think that's he's not going to earn himself a first or second position, and you know, there might even be room for the American Pike to slide into third place there, but only time will tell. As Colin Cameron from Team US or Team Canada coming in, he's currently in second place. He had about a few seconds behind the first place athlete Daniel Brittic, and he knows it. He's coming strong. Look at that final finish. Colin Cameron.
He can taste it for sure. He knows he's done well. He's going to be happy about that. Right now it's a grimace, but that'll soon turn into a smile for Colin Cameron.
Can he take home the win? That is the question we're all wanting to know. This Daniel Brittic, our leader after run number 2, he's coming into the range. So Colin finished up his race, but it's not going to be clear to him right away if he's the winner or not. He's got to wait a few minutes as Daniel Brittic is coming in. Be a nervous position to be in.
Oh, definitely. You know, Brittick's a fast skier and a great shooter. All the Russians have been really shooting out the lights, except for Golubkov having a bit of a hiccup today, 3 misses, and given that he's been shooting clean all week, probably a little disappointing. You know, if Brittic can shoot well here, this is going to be a really close race.
And he does it. He shoots clean, which means he's got Colin Cameron close on his heels. He's already come across the finish line. Colin with a time of 34 minutes and 13 seconds, skiing fast. Danilo Brittic. Does he have what it takes? It is all about this last ski section. He's got 1 loop left, 2 kilometers of skiing ahead of him. Some big climbs, 40 meters of overall climb in this last loop.
Super competitive category, the men's and the women's this morning. It's been really fun to watch, you know, and we've got Brittic out there and, you know, Colin Cameron in already. A little stressful for Colin, waiting to see what happens, but we've got Brittic just probably coming up onto the hill pretty quickly.
Ivan Golubkov on his final climb earned himself a seat in the penalty box, which we'll have to see how that unfolds, but there's a chance he might even be unseated from the bronze position, as that extra 100 meters is really going to add some time that he did not want to wake up to.
I don't think that's how he wanted his day to go today, you know, missing 3 shots. He had been so consistent earlier this week. There's a great shot of the Canmore Nordic Center looking up at Mount Rundle, and of course the World Cup trails here at the Biathlon Stadium, and then we have World Cup trails up in the cross-country stadium, and there's a really good shot of Mount Rundle.
One of the most scenic places here in Alberta. We're about an hour and a half drive just outside of Calgary, outside of the Calgary International Airport. If you're looking to plan your trip out here, head over to explorecanmore.ca to learn all about what Canmore has to offer, and is truly a mecca of outdoor adventure. From skiing, Nordic skiing, we've got 3 massive alpine hills here. Beautiful ice skating on some of the winter lakes. Great food, great arts and culture scene. So much to offer here, and of course just an hour and a half away from a major international airport with flights from around the world. You too can be cross-country skiing here at the Nordic Center. Not only can you do it this winter, you can also do it in March for the Masters World Cup in March 2022, as we welcome some of the best master skiers from around the world. 1,200 of them will be taking on this course, and of course that race is open to you. If you want to register, go to albertaworldcup.com, and you can cross the finish line here just as Oksana from Russia is crossing. The women's competitors finishing strong as bib number 16. There's Scott Mina from Great Britain coming across, finishing up his race. Great performance from Scott and all the men and women out here. His wife, Madeline, from home, from Scotland, watching along.
Well, that's right, Josh. This is the exact same stadium where we'll be hosting the Masters World Cup 2022 in March. So for you folks watching at home who are thinking about coming out here, you better book your tickets and get registered, because this is going to be a great race. Fantastic facilities and great snow.
The 7 days of racing. Of course, a few bubbly pops mixed in between the racing. It'll be a lot of fun. A great party at the end around the closing ceremonies, and it's going to be a whole lot of fun. And what a better place to close out your season than here in Canmore.
Oh, definitely, and we want people to really enjoy this.
So Shin from Korea crossing the finish line.
Oh, this is a great result for Shin, followed closely by Nawson.
Nawson and bib number 18, Aaron Pike. Aaron already has 2 bronze medals in his pocket. Look at this race at the end there, neck and neck, the 2 Americans, countrymen. Beautiful tie. We'll see as the times come in. Cross the finish line about around the same time, but of course, all started in interval starts. The leader right now, Colin Cameron, with a time of 34:13. Aaron Pike just crossed the line with a time of 35 minutes and 44 seconds. Daniel Nosen from Team USA, 36 minutes and 12 seconds. Shin from Korea in 4th place, 36 minutes and 21 seconds. And Scott Mina from Great Britain doing it from Scotland. His wife Madeline watching from home with a time of 37 minutes and 8 seconds. So there you go, our leaders. Alexei from Russia now coming across the finish line. Time of 38 minutes and 20 seconds. The light is on. Colin Cameron has what it takes. He's crossed the finish line. He's got about a minute and a half lead in front of Aaron Pike. The question now, can Briddick make up for that lead? And will he unseat Colin Cameron? Only time will tell. Steve Arnold. Steve's been skiing great as well here, Greg.
Oh, he's had a great week. And, I think I'm just looking at his results here. He's had good placings in the cross country and 10th and 11th in the biathlon races. He's going to be set up really well for the next World Cups and going into the Paralympics.
Interesting story. Steve Arnold is a veteran of the British Army. Suffered from a IED explosion while on deployment, which unfortunately lost both his legs. But what a turnaround. I mean, to go from such a traumatic injury to be out here skiing with the best of the best. What a way to turn a traumatic situation into a beautiful one, as he represents British, the UK, and of course, the British veterans and skiing strong here. As Ivan Golovkov, the world leader, crossed the finish line.
Yeah, we'll get a quick time on him and see how he's comparing to Cameron.
So Ivan Golovkov crossed with a time of 35 minutes and 6 seconds. Impressive. Into 2nd place. Colin Cameron still just over 45 seconds ahead. So Golovkov, you can just see how strong of a competitor he is after doing 3 penalty loops and still being able to slide into 2nd place. We'll see if Daniel Briddick can unseat either of them, as here's your unofficial results. Kendall Gretsch in 1st place. Oksana Masters in 2nd. From Russia, Natalia Koshevera. Marta Azkana from Russia. Irina from Russia in 6th. In 7th place, Maria Iovela. And in 7th place, our very own Christina Picton from Fonthill, Ontario. Congratulations to all the women completing the race. That's all unofficial results. We'll wait to see how those change before they get locked in at awards.
Well, Josh, I think Golubkov really piled it on that last lap to come in the speed he did there. He had that penalty lap on his last shooting, and he really stoked it up and got across quickly.
Here we got Jung from Korea, bib number 11. Coming into the range. There's Danielle Briddick, bib number 21. Sorry, bib number 22. Bib number 21 in front is Devovich. Briddick, this is the one person that can unseat our very own Colin Cameron. Can he do it? Colin with a strong time of 34 minutes and 13 seconds. He's going to need something quick. Briddick and Cameron work neck and neck all throughout the race day. And here he comes, crossing the finish line. Finishing strong as the time comes in. Ladies and gentlemen, he's done it. He has unseated Colin Cameron with a quick time of 33 minutes and 54 seconds. He's got about a 20-second lead on Colin Cameron. And wow, what a strong finish at the bottom there, Greg. I didn't expect it, but
really strong. And we were talking about Danielle Briddick at the start of the broadcast here. If he shot clean, he'd be in there, and wow, did he ever perform well today.
So unfortunately, Colin Cameron slid into second place. Difficult unseatment, but Derek Zaplaninsky from Team Canada crossing the finish line as well. And he slides into 8th place, the time of 37 minutes and 26 seconds. Congratulations to Derek, local Albertan, out here competing on home soil. A lot of these athletes get to train year-round here in the Canmore Nordic Center, both on snow and then in the summertime in the dry land. And of course, Canmore is having incredible facilities, not only in the snow blowing, but they've got this little thing called Frozen Thunder, a little bit of secret sauce out here, don't they, Greg?
Yeah, we like to talk about Frozen Thunder. It's a bunch of snow, well, a fair bit of snow that gets made in the winter, and then we store it over the summer underneath a big layer of sawdust, and we roll it out in early October for early season training. And it works out to about 2.5 kilometers of trail.
It's the infrastructure left behind the 1988 Calgary Olympics that make this all possible. As Yumin Woon from Korea. He's got a degree of psychology at the University of Illinois in the United States. Crossing the finish line. Again, I can't get over the backgrounds. These athletes have lived such interesting lives both before their enter into Paranordic skiing and then, of course, afterwards continuing to work, most of them full-time jobs and while still competing at the world stage. As Danielle Briddick, results coming in, Danielle Briddick in first place, Colin Cameron in second, Ivan Golubkov. Impressive performance. 3 penalty loops, still able to land himself on the podium. Aaron Pike just shy of 4th place. Daniel Nosen, Shin from Korea in 6th. Scott Meenam from Great Britain in 7th. Our very own Derek Zaplaninsky from Alberta in 8th. And that rounds up our winners. And then in 9th place, Alexei from Russia. And in 10th, Alexander Dadovich in bib number 87. Bib number 21 in 10th place. So there's your top 10 right now. Incredible performance. The story right there, really Colin Cameron and Danielle Briddick battling out, but Briddick, of course, taking the win and finishing 20 seconds ahead. Strong performance from both men.
Yeah, watch those 3 for the rest of the season, going into the other World Cups and, of course, going into Paralympics. Great shooting by Colin Cameron and just getting beat out by a few seconds by Briddick.
Steve Arnold in 11th place and Jung from Korea in 12th. What an incredible contest thus far as we are entering into day number 6 of the 2021 World Paranordic Skiing World Cup, presented by Canmore Kananaskis Tourism Board. To learn more about what's going on here, head over to explorecanmore.ca. Greg, I cannot get over what a beautiful afternoon we're about to set into as we got 2 big races ahead of us. The men's and women's vision impaired folks, 10-kilometer distance race, and then we're going to end the day with the men's and women's standing 10-kilometer distance race. Those are all coming to you live. Next race starting at 11:40 Mountain Time, which is just in 40 minutes as we call it live here from Canmore, Alberta. Greg, some highlights from the morning's competition?
Oh, we saw really great racing from the women this morning with Kendall Gretsch pulling out, great shooting with clean rounds all around. Oksana Masters giving it all, but, a couple of those penalty loops really coming into play and finishing second. Kocharova, solid shooting, and coming in third. And we have to see our Santa Claus has just appeared.
He's poking out. He's saying, hey, how are you? The snow fell has took a little pit stop at the local bar and grill last night and parked his sleigh, and all of his elves are here as well.
I guess so. They just hide over the hill here in Canmore.
He's like, "What are you doing? This is my land."
On the men's side, we had Colin Cameron really showing us how it's getting done here. And Briddick, super solid shooting. And Golubkov having a little bit of a hiccup today, but that's good. It's early season for all these men, and be setting them up well going into the rest of the season.
Well, thank you all for tuning in online, whether you're on CBC Sports, YouTube, Facebook, around the world. Thank you so much. It's been a beautiful start to the day, the final day of racing. The World Cup continues this afternoon at 11:40 in just 40 minutes with the men's and women's vision impaired category. They're going to be doing a 10-kilometer distance race. The same race, the sit skiers. They're going to come back in the finish line, and we'll be crowning our champions. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with awards in a few minutes. But again, thank you so much for joining us here. And a huge shout out to our sponsors and funders, the Government of Canada, the Government of Alberta, of course, the Canmore Kananaskis Tourism Board, and our friends at Air Canada for making this all possible, flying us all out here. And it's going to be another beautiful day as we wrap up day number 6 of the 2021 World Paranordic Skiing World Cup. Greg Thompson and Josh Visser here on the call. We'll be back in 40 minutes for more live action from Canmore Nordic Center.
Tom from Len. Have you seen Step 11 out there?
The green one that's down there. Okay. You have to change the adapter on it. Yeah.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we've got the final athlete in this category, Jung from Korea. Had a great performance thus far, and he's coming on into the finish line. Let's welcome in and make some noise. As Jung from Korea, he sees the finish line. He's meters away to complete his day out here. Congratulations to all the athletes and Jung for finishing strong. The fans here in Canmore, they love it. They're here to support Jung from Korea. Big, hard day. 6 days of racing. These folks are tired.
Definitely, Josh. It's been a really great week of racing so far. And John coming across the line, he'll be ready for a hot tub and some warm clothes.
As that finishes up his 6 strong days of racing here at the World Cup. We're going to be underway with awards momentarily at the finish line. So if you're here in person, head to the award ceremony in 5 minutes. And if you're tuning online, we'll be calling the awards in just under 5 minutes to the finish line.
Bike check.
One minute away to awards. 1 minute away to awards here at the finish line. All right, folks, we are ready to get underway with awards. Before we do, we want to welcome our presenters. Rachel Ludwig from the CEO of Tourism Canmore. Stefan Barrett, the CEO of Nordic Canmore, or Nordic Canada. And our friend Norbert, our events director at the Alberta World Cup Society. And they're here to present the awards. We're going to start with the women's biathlon mid-distance category. In third place, representing Team Russia, Natalia Koshevera. In second place, from Team USA, Oksana Masters. And taking home the win. In first place, from the US, Kendall Gretsch. There is your women's mid-distance biathlon podium. Congratulations to everybody. Now moving into the men's sit-ski biathlon middle distance category. In third place, from Russia, Ivan Golubkov. In second place, our very own Colin Cameron. And in first place, a very close race here to finish it off. In first place, Danila Britik from Team Russia. There's your men's sit-skiing biathlon middle distance podium. Jumping on the next flight to Finland. And we're going to move into the men's and women's vision impaired category at 11:40. So in just about half an hour, we'll move into the next category. Thank you all for coming out. We'll be back with more at 11:40 a.m.
salads and stuff in there too if you want, or have another hot dog. As-tu eu la chance de manger? coming into the range because they're going to be zeroing while you guys are removing these. They're going to be zeroing down here. So let's go up here where there's no. No.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to day number 6 of the 2021 World Paranordic Skiing World Cup. Thank you so much for tuning in online around the world. We're live at CBC Sports, on Facebook, on YouTube, streaming to all of the best countries, all the best cities. And of course, we are here in beautiful Canmore Nordic Center in the Canmore Provincial Park, calling what is going to be an incredible afternoon. Today is the mid-distance biathlon, both sit skiing, standing, and vision impaired. And we're just about to head into the vision impaired category. We're here blessed to be in an incredible venue. The legacy of the 1988 Olympic Winter Games in Calgary have brought to us this incredible facility surrounded by a beautiful town of Canmore with all kinds of incredible arts, culture, and of course a huge amount of outdoor activities to boost. And to learn a little bit more about what Canmore has to offer, check this out. There's a beautiful shot of Mount Rundle in the background. The glaciers, the mountains, the scenery out here in the Rockies. We're in Kananaskis country, and it is a beautiful place to be. My name is Josh Visser here alongside Greg Thompson. We'll be calling the race all day. Greg, we're just about to get things started with the biathlon. Mid-distance race. Here's the course ahead of us. Talk a little bit what we're looking forward to here.
Oh, thanks, Josh. So skiers will be leaving the start area and going east towards the town of Canmore. and dropping down a little bit and then going in behind the range. That trail is called Albertville, and they come back on a hairpin turn downhill and then over the camel bumps, take a hard right-hand turn, climb back up on Littlehammer Trail, and you can see they go out and come around and basically come back in on the camel bumps into the range. So 4 times in the range, 5 laps today.
Total climb of 54 meters per loop. That adds up. Of course, 5 laps, quite a climb, about just over 250 meters. We keep mentioning this, but for just for your own insight to know at home, 250 meters is about 50 meters taller than the Canmore or the Calgary Tower, the big Space Needle-looking tower in downtown Calgary. That is sitting about 190 meters. So these folks are doing 250 meters of climb. You're going to be doing it between 25 and 35 minutes, depending on the athlete and depending on the discipline. We're just about to get underway with the women's vision impaired category. Again, this is the middle distance, 10-kilometer distance race, and we've got a big list of heavy hitters out here from around the world. Of course, many Russians, got a few Germans and a few Polish people represented. Who are you looking forward to seeing here, Greg?
Oh, yeah. Today we've got Kleizova and skiing fast. She cleaned the race yesterday, basically shooting clean. And she is the world leader, so she's the one to watch, skiing very fast. Panfarova, 2 silver so far. I expect these 2 to be fighting it out for the top 2 spots. And of course, Smirnova will have to stay ahead of the hard-charging Germans. We've got Leonie Walter and Vivian Hash, who really want to get back on the podium as well.
Of course, both Germans skiing incredibly yesterday, earning themselves a 4th and 5th place in the 12.5-kilometer distance biathlon, and then also in yesterday's sprint category. So good positions for both of them. We'll see if they can break into the podium. And it looks like we are on course. The first athletes out of the gate, bib number 32, Anastasia Bazhin from Russia. You can see there she is in bib number 32. Her guide up in front. You'll see the guide skiing in a yellow bib. They have different ways of guiding. Some use vocal cues, including a microphone in their front. They have a little fanny pack with a speaker in the back that they use to communicate. Of course, that's only one of the ways, but of course, there's a few different ways that these athletes and guides communicate as they fall across along the course. And Greg, it's a beautiful relationship watching these 2.
Well, it's definitely, if you were to look up the definition of trust, it's right there. They have a great relationship, and they have to practice a lot to make it work. And you can see that the guides have different ways of communicating. In this case, we've got a speaker. In some cases, it's just visual clues.
10 women starting the race off here, heading into 5 loops of the course. They have 4 opportunities in the range, hoping to shoot clean. Any missed shots will result in a 150-meter penalty lap. And if you look just straight ahead, you can kind of see where the penalty lap ends. You can see that blue circle right in front of the guide there. That is the penalty loop. Each missed shot is 150 meters added onto their distance of race. And again, that is not a place anyone wants to be. No one wants to end up at the penalty box as Marina Galestina from Russia takes the course.
You know, the top 7, top 8 athletes here, it's all going to be about shooting today. You really don't want to be doing penalty loops. And we'll get a good chance to see how the results are coming up as they exit the range after each shooting.
Representing Team Russia, Anna Panafarova, one of the most decorated athletes coming out of Team Russia. And of course, this weekend, she's showed an incredible result. She already has earned herself 4 podium positions thus far, including 2 golds, 2 silvers, and she's hoping to take the win again today in the final day of racing as she is on course. Next up, bid number 36, that's Vlada Urmirlova. She's set to go, and behind will be the 2 Germans close behind.
Well, I think, we've called it with Panfarova, really looking to upgrade from silver to gold today. She's skiing really fast, and like you said, she had great results earlier in the week with the cross country. I believe she had 3 gold medals there on those 3 days. So yeah, really great skiing.
Heading into a big week. This is day number 6 of racing. A lot of these athletes have competed in both the cross country and the biathlon events, which means 6 days. I mean, we started last weekend. We competed Tuesday, Thursday. Now we're here with 2 heavy-hitting days, Saturday, Sunday, to finish it out today. These athletes are tired. They've had a challenging week. Very difficult course out here. And their season's just getting started, Greg.
Yeah, definitely. You can see Walter going out there. That's Leonie Walter from Germany. I think I can see her doing well today. She'll need to shoot clean or maybe 1 or 2 misses to be right in there. She had a good day yesterday, just missing 1 shot out of 2 rounds.
Vivian Hosch now from Germany, bronze medalist in the cross-country sprints on Tuesday, and 2 fourth-place finishes in the biathlon events, both in the sprint and the 12.5-kilometer distance race. This is her last opportunity to land back on the podium here in Canmore. She is on course with just 2 more athletes left to go, including 39, Yulia Smirnova from Russia. Again, yesterday's bronze medalist in the sprint races. Can she unseat the world leader, Vera, who's close behind her, sitting behind bib number 40? 2 athletes left to go. Dynamic race they're headed.
Yeah, Smirnova, great shooter as well. All the Russians seem to be shooting really well this week. Obviously, really well coached on the shooting side and on the skiing side. So fast skier, good shooter, one to watch here.
Vera Kilizova from Russia, the current world leader. She's got 200 World Cup points. Already earned herself 2 gold medals. First place in the 12.5-kilometer distance race in biathlon on Thursday. And she took home a win in yesterday's sprints. She's the one to watch. Again, it all comes down to the shooting. Any missed shots add 150 meters of distance onto their course, which we're estimating is going to take between 20 to 40 seconds, depending on the skier. That is not time these folks can afford.
Oh, definitely not with this crew. We've got the usual suspects out there this morning, and they're all really good shooters, strong skiers, and 2 or 3 missed shots, maybe the difference between podium spots.
First few athletes coming down that hill and now heading back into the big climb. This is the largest climb that these folks will experience. 11 meters is the maximum climb from the bottom to the top. There's Anna Panaforova, one of the top contenders that we're looking out for today, bib number 35. Her and her guide up front. Andre, close behind. Communication is really key here, Greg.
Really key. They're going to be going up that hill, and you can see Anna doing what we call the offset technique right behind her guide. Coming over the top there's a fairly good downhill on the other side of on this Lilyhammer Trail, so they can hit speeds up to 40, 50 kilometers an hour in there. And so that's where the communication is really important to figure out what's going on.
You're watching the men's and women's vision impaired categories. Athletes from around the world. We got 14 nations represented here in Canmore. This is, of course, a World Cup, the best of the best, fighting to earn themselves a position to represent their respective nation in the Paralympic Games in Beijing, happening in early March. And it looks like, Greg, we have our first athletes coming into the range here. Again, watch this transition. Tereshkonova from Russia. Her guide, Anton, close behind. You can see grabbing hold of poles, helping them transition into the rifle. They're using a little bit of a different technique than the standing and sit ski folks. The vision impaired folks, I believe, they're using rifles. They can use any rifle in any of the lanes. And talk a little bit about how they actually can see the shot or hear the shots and are able to shoot.
Yeah, you could see Maria there putting on the headphones, and so it's it's a laser rifle basically, and as the tones change, you can take the shot. And it's intended to be very similar to shooting a rifle with live ammo, and that's the challenge is to line it up and shoot in between breaths and make sure you hit it. And like Josh said, they can take it pretty much any lane. And when they're out training or getting ready for the race, they try to shoot on all the rifles.
So there's Kanova giving us a sea of green. All 5 cleared. That means she's off to her second lap. She'll not be spending any time in the penalty box today, at least for lap number 1. We'll see. Anything can change as they have 4 opportunities to shoot. Tereshkonova shooting clean on round number 1. Anna Panaforova, let's watch and see how she does.
Yeah, Josh, it's going to be all about staying out of that penalty loop today. These women are really, really good shooters, and we saw that yesterday and on the 12.5K race on Thursday. Anna Panaforova getting set up now.
Handful of podiums already in her belt. She is rifle number 12 in lane 17. So again, we're looking for greens, any red lights, which means they've missed the target and they're heading right into penalty loop city. We'll see how Anna, she can clear out. Again, some of these folks, depending on their skiing ability, will be able to afford a few missed shots. I mean, in our last round, we saw Ivan Golubkov miss 3 shots, do 3 loops in the penalty zone, and still manage to land himself on the podium. So it totally depends on the skiing ability, but Anna Panaforova, unfortunately, going to be doing 2 penalty loops as she misses 2 out of the 5 shots. We'll see now her and her guide.
Yeah, you know, and you've got to, Anna's going to ski those. We know that she's a fast skier. Can she make up the time on the rest of the course? And you have to get in there, ski the loops, put it behind you, and look forward to the next 3 rounds of shooting and 4 laps.
And there's a good shot right there. You see Canmore in the backdrop. You can see the size of this penalty loop that Anna's on right now. She's going to do 2 loops of it. You can tell just based on the size of it, it's 150 meters that these folks are getting into. She's going to add about probably 60 seconds, a minute roughly, onto her time.
It'll take about a minute to do the 2 laps. And what's interesting with the penalty loops is the skiers need to keep track of them, of the loops themselves. There's no one out there telling them, basically, you're done. And, you know, you're oxygen deprived and you're out there trying to count the laps. Did I do 2? Did I do 3? You know, so it's really challenging.
Any missed lap, if an athlete, of course, if they miss the lap, we automatically add 2 minutes onto their time. And if they do an extra lap, then that's just a bonus.
It's a bonus for them. Well, not really, I guess.
Here's spin number 36, Vlada Irmilova from Russia. 2 7th place finishes into the World Cup. All of these athletes we're seeing right here have competed for 6 days. Now we see our current world leader, Vera Kiyosova from Russia, bib number 40. Expect to see her coming into the range. Close behind her is bib number 39, Ulia Smirnova. Bronze medalist in yesterday's sprint event. Love this shot. Watch them all come into the range. Watching how they communicate with their guide, who helps them land in the right lane. Quick transition. Headphones on, rifle in hand. And it's off.
And for the folks at home, we're actually not broadcasting live to the stadium because they need to have a little more quiet out there than having us broadcast live out to the stadium. So we see that they need, they're doing really well with the shooting, Vera.
Well, that's why I was, if there was one, I'll just grab it.
That's for you, yeah.
Vera shooting clean, quick in and out. The Russians, we've noticed, have great composure. They really seem to be able to land, pick up the rifle, quick shots, and they're out. No time wasted, as Yulia Smirnova, unfortunately, will be earning herself a quick loop in the penalty zone.
I'm still shaking my head. I kind of lost it there. I was like, lost track of the race. She landed, took some shots, and left.
Like Vera wasn't even there. So there's Smirnova. She's heading off into the penalty loop. There's bid number 38, Vivian Hosch from Germany.
Yeah, let's watch how she does here. She's the one who can really end up on, you know, on the podium as well.
And it's so tough. I mean, she's had 2 4th-place finishes. She's been so close to standing with that medal in her hand, and she's hungry for it today. She's got the skills. Let's see if she can shoot, go clean, pay the bills, do Germany proud as these folks are heading off to the 2nd World Cup in Finland. Many of these athletes heading to the airport in Calgary, either today or tomorrow, jumping on the Air Canada flight.
Yeah, looks like Host had a good round there. She's out on the course again.
Again, these penalty laps are the epitome of self-realization. You know, it's a direct result in your abilities to shoot. And of course, if not, there it is. It's right there. Our first day we started the biathlon, we actually just added a minute of time onto the end of the races. But today we're like, nope, you're going for it.
I think in the business world, this is called like instant feedback or something like that.
Most of these, yeah, you usually only do manager feedback once a year, but right here, they're doing it 3-4 times a day sometimes.
Performance review.
Your bonus here is structured on the amount of time you either do or don't need to do at the end of your race.
Exactly. I think the men will be starting out fairly quickly here.
There's unofficial results. The women's vision impaired mid-distance biathlon, Vera Kiyosova, strong shooter, In first place, time of 6 minutes and 32 seconds. This is for lap number 1, Anastasia Bagian, 7 minutes and 11 seconds. Dirshkanova, another Russian sharpshooter, 7 minutes and 13 seconds. Vivian Hosch from Germany, 7 minutes and 23 seconds. Close behind. Vlada from Germany, just under a second behind her. So the races are closing in. Our current world leader holding down the top spot. There's Tereshkanova. Tereshkanova in for her second round. She shot clean on the first opportunity in the range. Tereshkanova, 4 out of 5. There it is, the 5th green light. She's off, no penalty loops for her. This is the first World Cup of the season. All these athletes are jumping on that plane to Vuokatti, Finland for the Europa Cup starting on Tuesday.
Yeah, it looks like Tereshkanova there is shaking it up. She's doing really well so far after 2 laps. Panfarova having the penalty laps having to do those. So this could be a really interesting race as we get into the middle of it here.
Marina Galestina from Russia, been her 34. She's heading into the climb. 11 meters from the bottom to the top of this climb. Again, you can see the guide in the yellow. Of course, for most of these folks, there's a whole scale of vision impairment, and each of their times is factored depending on the levels of vision impairment. We'll apply their level of vision impairment and factor that into their overall time, and that's how it gets adjusted and how we rank our leaders. It's Anastasia Bagian from Russia, bib number 32, sitting in second place after loop number 1. Always identified by her green buff on her head. Anastasia beginning her shots, looking for a sea of green, hoping to light up all 5 circles. The target's, of course, quite small here, about the size of a quarter. 10 meters apart from where she's lying, so you just saw her lying on her mat there in the prone position. All the para-athletes in this division are doing prone shots. She's got 4 of 5. Bagian moving on. No penalty loops, Greg. Looking strong.
Yeah, definitely looking strong there. You know, she's one of those Russian shooters, very strong shooter, and maybe taking a little more time than the other Russian shooters, but avoiding the penalty loop.
See Anna Panaforova having a tough time out there. 1 shot left to go. She looks very focused in here. We're watching Vlada Irmalova. The Germans making their way in bid number 37. Leon Marie Walter, 5th place in yesterday's sprint. And we see our current world leader, Vera Kilizova from Russia. She's sitting in bid number 17. You can see the German in bid number 37 just behind her. Great shot of Vera's range.
Oh, Klizova making quick work of this, isn't she? Wasting no time
She's
at all.
out. The transitions are incredible. You can see she hands the poles off to her guide. She's got a big smile on her face. A cool, crisp afternoon here in Canmore, sitting around -7 degrees. The sun's shining a little bit, blue sky poking through, providing incredible conditions. A little bit of snow last night as well, Greg, with adding to a little bit of the difficulties. But the grooming staff and, of course, the course maintenance crew here at the Canmore Nordic Center acted quick. But definitely challenging conditions, some fresh snow slowing it down and adding the, giving a little bit extra task to the technicians and earning them their paycheck today.
Oh, we have such a great crew here at the Canmore Nordic Center, led by Trevor Poth, who's the manager, and with Jarek Coyne, making sure that we could actually have this event earlier this month. And Chris Anderson, and one of the best groomers in the world, pulling this together. We had 10, 15 centimeters of snow last night. You would never know it, and skiing really fast.
Ulia Smirnova. She's got 92 World Cup points thus far. Landed herself on the podium yesterday in the sprint distance category. Another great shooter. She's quick. Watch as she's quick. Adjustment, right headset on, rifle up.
Definitely Kleisova. If you blink and she's gone. But yeah, same with Smirnova, coming in, getting set up quickly, fairly quick with the shooting. With a little bit of sun popping out, so sometimes we can't tell, but it looks like she's shooting clean. Yep, she's up and gone.
The most important part, Greg, we're not seeing reds. So that in this event, all that matters is there's no red, and she's done it. She's up and moving. Transitions for quick for Russians. It's a definitely a little bit of a game here. You know, how much time do you want to take and adjust and breathe and calm yourself in order to focus on the actual shooting? But of course, every second on that mat there correlates to additional time on the course, and really not much time to spare. Vivian Hosch, here she is shooting. Unfortunately, missed her first shot, but looking strong. She's got a few left. She's in lane number 22. Of course, interesting to note, all these rifles, these athletes in the para vision impaired category can land at any of the mats and use any of the rifles. They're all calibrated the same. In the standing and sit skiing biathlon distances, these athletes come with their own rifles. They travel with them. They're personal to them. So interesting to see that these athletes in the vision impaired category all using the same rifles.
Yeah, that's right, Josh. They end up trying them all out, make sure that there's probably small differences between each little rifle, but each rifle has a little different. But they make sure they've tried them all before the race starts.
Some more unofficial results coming through in the women's category. Vera Gidisova from Russia, the current world leader, still holding on the top spot. Over a minute of lead time in front of her countrywoman, Anastasia Bazian from Russia, 14 minutes and 6 seconds. And close behind, Tereshkanova from Russia, 14 minutes and 19 seconds. Vlada Urmalova from Russia in 4th place. Leonie Walter from Germany in 5th. Ulia Smirnova in 6th. Marina Galistena from Russia in 7th. And rounding out the podium, it's Anna Panaforova, who is a very strong skier, but unfortunately missed a few shots there, earned herself a bit of a hangout in the penalty zone, in the penalty box, we're calling it, and has to do a few penalty loops, and that might have affected her time there, Greg.
Oh, definitely. And Bazian having a really great race. She's been super strong all week with, 7th place, 3rd place, 4th place, 5th place, and then 9th the other day. So, you can see her really shooting well. I think she shot clean yesterday.
Someone open up the floodgates in this climb here. A big old traffic jam. Once you add the guides in there, it becomes quite a busy course out here.
Really challenging, and they're coming over to the top, and they're going to be heading down that fast downhill into the hairpin. Yeah, you can see them getting sorted out now, and they'll make sure that they communicate and get it sorted out before they head downhill.
There's Bidner 40. That's our current leader. She's heading down the hill. The other thing is interesting is that most of these athletes and their guides are communicating through speaker, through microphone, through sound. And if you get in one of those zones where it's a high traffic area, these athletes are potentially hearing 3 different voices calling 3 separate things, and to be able to distinguish who your guide is, what they're, of course, lots of different languages also spoken out here. I mean, German, Russian, Polish, French, English, tons of languages. It just adds to the confusion of what's out there.
Yeah, no, but the athletes will be tuned into their guide's voice and commands, and when they get into a situation like that, there's a fair amount of respect to make sure that no one gets hurt going over the top of something like that.
Just a few minutes away, and we'll be starting our men's vision impaired category. They'll be doing the same course. There's Anastasia Bazian. She's skiing well up until now. Bib number 32, keep an eye on her. Took a bronze medal in the World Cup event in cross country, 10-kilometer distance. All these women, it is anyone's game out here. We're talking about the best of the best. There's no room to sit in your laurels and hang out, because anyone could take the win, and even if you shot clean, doesn't mean you can take a break on the climb or on the ski. And even if you missed a shot and made your way into the penalty loop, you're still an opportunity to take home the win. So it is anyone's game. It's a dynamic sport. They're really putting together two sports of craftsman shooting as well as skiing, and it's going to be an interesting win.
Oh yeah, the competition is fierce here today. You've got the best athletes in the world performing, and with great conditions on the trails. They must be pretty excited finishing up a long week of skiing and moving on to the next World Cups.
There's our current leader, Vera Gilisova from Russia. She's in bib number 40. She's sitting next to her teammate, bib number 35, Anna Panaforova. Anna having some difficulties out in the range, but Vera continuing to clean up. One shot remaining. She does it.
She does it. Wow.
Clean.
That's my. That's I think 3 clean rounds so far. Really showing us how it's done. And look at that fast transition, back out onto the lap lane.
Anastasia Bazian. She's off. She's in bib number 32. The Russians, again, such strong shooters. We'll see if she can make up some of that time and slide into that first place position as she heads into her third lap. It's a beautiful shot of our range out here. Again, an incredible legacy left behind the 1988 Calgary Olympics. We're coming to you live from Canmore, Alberta, about an hour and a half away from Calgary, hour and a half away from the international airport, which provides flights from around the world to come join out here and take a trip for yourself in what is one of the most beautiful landscapes in the world. Of course, here in Canada, we're very blessed to have the Canmore Nordic Center for these athletes to be able to train. A lot of these folks, the Germans, the Russians, and the Canadians have been out here early season. As Leon Walter taking her shot, unfortunately missing one. The beautiful thing about this venue is, of course, we've got world-class skiing, some of the best snow-blowing machinery in the world, which allows this venue to open up early. Once the snow hits -0, -1, we are able to start blowing snow and building these courses for these athletes. As Leonie Walter was able to hit 4 of 5, so we'll see her head into the penalty zone, do a penalty loop, 150 meters, then back out into the course.
Yeah, you're right, Josh. We have such a great facility here, supported by the government of Alberta, and this event is put on with support from the government of Canada, government of Alberta, and of course our presenting sponsor, ExploreCanmore.ca, Tourism Canmore Canada, because we're really fortunate. And the investments into the Canmore Nordic Center are so important for ongoing World Cups. We have a lot planned for the future here.
Looking at that climb on the left-hand side, the descent into the range there. The other little secret sauce, a little bit of magic that Canmore has, is this little thing called the Frozen Thunder, which is another little secret bag of tricks that the Nordic Center here has, the ability to provide snow early season. You want to talk a little bit about that, Greg?
Yeah, sure. The Canmore Nordic Center, starting sometime in January, will start filling. We have a big pit out just about a kilometer away from here. Start blowing snow into there, and by February, if there's enough snow there for us to roll it out in October next year for about 2.5K, maybe 3K of early season skiing. And that snow gets rolled out in early October, and we have teams coming out here to get organized for the year. So it's a real big advantage, and we're really fortunate to have that facility here.
It's a great day of racing. There's a good shot of the penalty loop. I believe Leonie Marie Walter is in there, doing a quick 150 meters. We expect that takes about 30 seconds to complete. So again, adds on to the time. Not what these folks are looking for, especially when they're out there, competing with the world's best. They know even a little bit of additional time. Looks like she's actually doing 2 laps of it. That's going to be hard to climb out of, but we've seen it done before. We saw in our standing race and our sit skiing race, some of the leaders have done a few penalty loops and still made their way onto the podium. So it's still possible, but definitely adds a bit of challenge. And there's Tereshkanova. She's heading into the range now. Wearing bib number 31. She's shot clean 2 times in a row, both her first and second stop in the range. Greg, that must feel good, knowing you're coming into your third Third time in the range, shot clean, no penalty laps thus far, and she's probably feeling good about it. Both her skiing and her shooting.
Oh yeah, for sure. She'll be coming in thinking, okay, just get myself under control, take some big deep breaths, all right, and nail these shots, get back out. Tereshkanova doing really well in this race, so we could see her top 2, top 3 for sure.
She's already earned herself a silver medal in the sprints on the cross-country sprints last Tuesday. She knows what it feels like to stand on the podium, and to say she's hungry would be an understatement, as Tereshkanova, one of the strongest shooters from Team Russia. She's off one more loop until we'll see her again in the range for the final time. The men's should be starting here pretty quick. There we go, Tereshkanova breezing past the penalty loop sign and off into the course.
Yeah, looking really strong skiing out of there, using a one skate technique to get going on the course. And she'll be coming around and going up that big, coming in behind the range and then into the big climbs.
Here's our unofficial women's results. In first place, still holding down the top spot, Vera Kilizova from Russia. In second place, Anastasia Bajian with a time of 21.05. Tereshkanova, we just saw her come through the range, shoot clean. She's in third place at 21 minutes and 29 seconds. This is again after lap number 3, unofficial times, but the fastest time of the day to beat, 19 minutes and 22 seconds. Anna Panafarova having a bit of troubles in the range, landed in 8th place right now. Leona Walter from Germany in 6th. And then again, it's a strong field of Russians out here, Greg.
Yeah, no, I was just looking at Amirlova's results. She's a very, very good, strong shooter. And Tereshkanova there, if between the two of them, it could go back and forth. It depends on the next round of shooting, I think.
So we're excited to see the races shape up. Still a few more laps for the women to go through. A few more opportunities for them to shoot clean, give us a field of green, and head on into their last few laps. This is a 10-kilometer distance race, which means they're doing 5 2-kilometer distance laps. They have 4 opportunities to come into the range, as we see Vera Kilizova, our current leader. She's coming into the range for, I believe, her third of fourth opportunity. And then the final lap will be welcoming them into the finish line. Vera, skiing strong, shooting strong. She's in the lead. Can she hold it, Greg? This is the time that it counts.
Yeah, she definitely doesn't want to be doing any penalty loops right now. You can see right now she's 2 for 5, 3 for 5. Oh, boy.
Here we go. Can she clean the final shot?
Oh,
she does.
It, yeah, she's out and gone.
Making it look easy. Her transitions are so quick. We saw during warm-up here, of course, a lot of the athletes and their guides are practicing those transitions because it's those little seconds you can shave off that they're going to make and break. Some of the athletes, some of the results we're going to see are seconds, sometimes even milliseconds apart. So if you can even master the art of handing your poles off, or the art of putting your glove back on.
Well, every little second counts. Everything you do out there counts, and that's what's so important. Is they practice everything right down to the smallest detail, handing off the poles, getting the poles back, getting out of the range, and getting back up to speed.
Anastasia Bajian from Russia, sitting in second place. Tereshkanova close behind in third, and her team countrywoman Vera.
Bajian might be getting some results when she's out on the course. So for her, this is going really well. It's going to be to keep those emotions in check and just stay steady for the next round.
Taking her time, getting focused here. Of course, getting grounded. It's very important to be able to calm your heart rate, focus on your breath. Once you line up the shot, of course, they're doing this by sound, as you mentioned, Greg.
That's right. They're wearing those headphones, and then the tones get to a certain pitch, and that's when it's time to take the shot. And hopefully, your synapses don't fire in between, and you make it.
5 clean shots for Anastasia Bajian. Currently in second place. After that last round, we'll see if she can improve upon her position, shave some seconds off. She is a little bit of a slower shooter than Vera. As you can see, Vera really has the ability to land, stabilize herself, shoot clean, and go. And I can't imagine she's in the rifle in the range for more than 20, 30 seconds.
Yeah, I would say 20 to 30 seconds for Vera, maybe a bit longer for Anastasia. That's okay though. You want to shoot clean because you know how much time you're going to spend in the penalty loops.
It looks like we've got some men on course. There's bib number 51. Oleg Panaforev from Russia. Some more women now in the range. Bib number 37, Leona Marie Walter from Germany, and bib number 39, Ulia Smirnova, bronze medalist in the biathlon sprint category. There's some unofficial start list. Oleg Panaforov on course, Nikita Pavarov from Russia, Vladimir Blazej Bienko, Paul Gil, Anthony Shalkon from France, Nikolai Burodov from Russia, Witold Gorbrowski from Poland, Sebastian Modin, and rounding out Alexander Chulkin. So 10 strong men from around the world. Almost all of these men have podiumed in the last 6 days, which makes it for a very interesting race. Greg, who are you looking forward to on the start list here?
Yeah, I'm just looking at the vision impaired. You know, so my thinking on this one is the story is really going to be about Choklev. Can he be consistent? You know, Artemov yesterday had 3 penalty laps. Can he get back on the podium? And he's going to be hungry for that. Modin, we know that Sebastian Modin from Sweden has great speed. He missed 2 shots yesterday, and he still got third. So, you know, he needs to stay consistent on his shooting today. And, of course, Pelukin, can he stay consistent? And he's been second the last 2 days.
There's Sebastian Modin, 27-year-old from Sweden, from the home of biathlon. Get this, in 2010 in the Vancouver Paralympic Games, he was the youngest competitor, regardless of sport, regardless of nation, but he was the youngest competitor to compete at the games. And here he is at the world stage 11 years later. Tereshkanova from Russia coming across the finish line, our first finisher of the day in this women's vision impaired category. She was in 3rd place, getting some love from her guide. It's quite a teamwork. I mean, it does takes a team to really come out here. Not only them, but also their coaches and their wax technicians, all to be able to come across the line, finish it. Strong communication across the board, strong shooting, and Tereshkanova should be proud of her finish.
Yeah, she shot very well and really good strong finish. Quite a bit ahead of some of the other skiers here.
Time for Tereshkanova, 34 minutes and 31 seconds. That's, of course, adjusted. As all of these athletes have a varying range of vision impairment, we take that into account, and we factor in a percentage, and then we calculate our mathematicians behind the screens, crunch the numbers, and come up with a final time. So time to be right now, Tereshkanova, 34 minutes and 31 seconds. As we're back to the men's start, Vladimir Klarkin from Russia with his guide Dmitry in front.
Yeah, Kirillin will be looking to up his game today here. You know, he's been 6th, and I don't think he raced yesterday. And overall, I think he's in 3rd place in the World Cup points.
Nikolai Pulkin from Russia. He's in bib number 63. He's already earned himself 2 silver medals in biathlon. Greg, this could be one of our guys.
Oh, definitely. You know, he missed 1 shot yesterday. If he comes in with 1 or 2 missed shots, he's going to be one of the guys for sure.
And their final athlete to take the course is bib number 64, Stanislav Choklev from Russia. 2-time gold medalist in our biathlon events here this week. As Vera Kilisova from Russia crossed the finish line. Strong showing for the Russian woman. She is currently in 1st place after her previous laps. We'll see if her time comes through. And it does a 31 minutes and 44 seconds. So quite a strong time. She comes in 2 minutes and 47 seconds faster than Tereshkanova, her team woman from Russia, both through the gate. We'll see if that time can hold up, but she's looking strong, and I think that's going to be a difficult one to unseat.
Oh, wow. What a great time for Vera. That's a really great time. Putting her into 1st place right now.
See a little bit of the Canmore traffic jam we've been talking about.
Oh, yeah, we have some going up the hill, some coming into the stadium. It's getting busy out there now.
If I was out there, I wouldn't know where to go. Do I go right into the hill? Do I go left into the lane? Should I just finish early? Should I go do a penalty loop? Should I do a penalty loop backwards?
Well, you know what happens is it becomes pretty obvious as you're out there, but give these athletes full credit. They're pretty oxygen deprived, and they have to make these decisions, and it's pretty challenging.
You can see our volunteers out there in the blue vests. They're there to oversee, make sure everyone goes the right path, but they're not allowed to communicate with the athlete. So if the athlete has to keep track of both the course they're on, how many penalty loops they have to do, even what lap they're on, Again, any missed calculations on the athlete or the guide can either factor into additional time added or in some situations even a disqualifiement from the race. So a lot of things to keep in mind as these athletes head into the range and into their fourth and final lap. And we have another finisher, Vlada Umirlova from Russia. Bid number 36. The time to beat right now is 31 minutes and 44 seconds. Vlada, can she do it? She's earned herself 4 top 10 finishes thus far into the week. Time coming in, 35 minutes and 40 seconds. So likely will not be breaking into that podium position, but she skied strong. You can tell that she worked it out there.
Well, that's a good result for Vlada, and she's had some really good shooting this week. She'll be happy about the shooting, and we'll be working on her ski speed over the next few weeks and into the Beijing.
Starting to see our first men now come around. In the back in the white as we welcome Anastasia Bajian from Russia. She's got that green-yellow buff on her head. She's coming in, finishing strong. Her guide up in front, Sergey. The question is, can she remain in the second position? Finishing across the line right now, the time coming in. Anastasia, 33 minutes and 47 seconds. She'll slide into second place, which means Vera Kizova still has a 2-minute lead right now with a few women still cross, including Anna Panaforova from Russia, having a challenging day. Not as clean of a shoot as she was hoping for, but she's coming in here finishing strong. I don't think she'll crack into that podium, but crazier things have happened. And there you go, time for Anna Panaforova, 36 minutes and 55 seconds. Ulia Smirnova now crossed the finish line. The Russians looking strong. Ulia with a time of 35 minutes and 6 seconds. She's in 4th place. So the bubble score to crack onto the podium is held by Tereshkanova with a time of 34 minutes and 31 seconds. So that's the time to beat if any of these women want to make their way onto the podium, Greg.
Oh, Tereshkanova really doing well today. Shooting well, skiing really fast. So, yeah, that's the bubble to get onto the podium.
Moving into the range, we got Sebastian Moden, the 27-year-old from Sweden. Has attended 3 Paralympic Games, hoping to earn himself another position representing Sweden in Beijing. Made his world debut in 2010 at the Vancouver Paralympic Games when he was the youngest athlete to compete at those games. Sebastian Moden, the first opportunity. Greg, walk us through this.
Yeah, so he's getting set up, taking his time. You can see trying to shoot in between breaths there. And he did really well yesterday, placing 3rd, so he was back on the podium. You know, Sebastian's no stranger to the podium, and he'll get himself back up there one way or another.
Took up skiing at age 13. He has his degree in business economics from the Mid-Sweden University as Leonie Walter from Germany crossed the finish line. Leonie Walter with a time of 37 minutes and 25 seconds. She goes into 7th place. Sebastian Moden from Sweden, 27 years of age, is on course.
I was hoping Leonie had a little better day shooting, but you know, she had some challenges out there. Ended up doing a few penalty loops, and that added to the minutes, putting her out of the top 3.
Yeah, unfortunately, only adding two missed shots. Anna Panaforova, again, missing 7 shots. So that's 7 laps of the penalty zone, 7 penalty loops. Not what you're looking for. That adds a lot of time, Greg.
Yeah, especially with this crew, you can't be missing that many. So maybe 1 or 2, and then you still be in there.
Nikolai Pulkin from Russia, great shot, shooting clean, all green. He's off.
I think he went to the same school as Klezova there. He's not spending much time in the range.
No, he doesn't. He's allergic to the range, some might say. He's also allergic to the penalty loops. Good things to be allergic to in this sport.
Exactly. Yeah.
Our world leader, Stanislav Choklev from Russia. He's had a breakthrough performance, 2 gold medals thus far into the week, hoping to get a 3rd one. Watch this gentleman shooting. He's quick, he's precise, he's accurate. That distance right there is 10 meters, from where he's landing. Kind of a little bit hard to see when the camera zooms in like that, but it's a 10-meter distance, and they're shooting about the size of a quarter. This is the vision impaired category. Of course, some of these folks are completely blind. Others have more vision than others, and we factored all that into their overall time. So when you show the times on the screen, those are factored for the various level of vision impairment.
And Choklev coming out really fast. Another Russian not spending a lot of time in the range and shooting clean, 5 for 5, first round. That's really going to be good for him.
Marina Galistana from Russia. She's seconds away from finishing up her day, finishing up her week here. Day number 6, the Canmore 2021 World Paranordic Skiing World Cup. Stop number 1 of the tour for most of these folks. As Marina comes across the line, the time of 36 minutes and 34 seconds. Great skiing for her. A lot of these athletes are moving right to Finland, right to Finland.
There's a Europa Cup coming up this weekend in Finland, I believe. So some of them will be moving there, and of course the Calgary Airport's only an hour and a half from here, so they can finish up today and get out there, or maybe tomorrow morning.
Some more men making their way up to that big hill. Bid number 38 now coming to the finish line. Vivian Hosch from Germany. She's got the ability. We didn't get too much line of sight into her shooting, but she's a strong skier. We'll see if she can earn herself another spot on the podium. German skiers in that nice teal blue. You can see her guide Florian Grimm in front. Slides into 5th place with a time of 35 minutes and 37 seconds. The time to beat, 31 minutes and 44 seconds. The podium positions stay the same. There it is on screen. Vera, Anastasia, and Tereshkanova, your 1, 2, 3. There's that bubble score right now on the podium, 34 minutes and 31 seconds. Ulia Smirnova, about 30 seconds behind, making it on the podium. And the Germans looking strong as well.
Well, great results for Tereshkanova and Bajian to put themselves up into 2nd and 3rd. They've been sort of mid-pack all week. That's going to be good news for them.
There's Vivian Hosch now as the results update. She heads into 5th place. But look at that lead. Vera Kilizova has 2 minutes and 2 second lead amongst anyone else, any other woman in this category. That's incredibly impressive.
Yeah, she's shot. Well, that's Vera shooting clean makes a huge difference when she's a fast skier, making no penalty loops there.
Some unofficial results for the men now. Stanislav Choklev from Russia, 5 minutes and 35 seconds after his first lap. Nikolai Pulkin in 2nd place, 5 minutes and 54 seconds. Nikita Pavarov from Russia, 6 minutes and 24 seconds. Nikolai Burdov in 4th place, 6 minutes and 35 seconds. Vladimir, 6 minutes and 56 seconds into 5th. Anthony Chalcon from France in 6th. Vladimir from Russia in 7th. Blažej Bienko from Poland in 8th. Alexander Trulkin from Russia in 9th. And Jill Powell Jill from Poland in 10th place. That rounds out your top scores for right now. Again, this is only lap number 1, and in that shot you can see some more men. There's bib number, looks like 97. Sorry, that's bib number 57. Nikolai Burkov absolutely gunning it out of the range. And Paul Gill from Poland. Blažej Bienko also making his way out. You can see the volunteers coming through, cleaning up the range, making sure that all the snow is swept off their mats, making sure the rifles are cleaned.
It was pretty snowy here yesterday for you folks who tuned in. You would see the snow. It's turning into a beautiful afternoon here at the Canmore Nordic Center Provincial Park. And we've got a bit of sun breaking out and blue sky maybe come over us in a few minutes.
A classic powder day, as they say out here in the Rocky Mountains in beautiful Alberta. We're sitting at 1,300 meters above sea level in Canmore. One of the most beautiful valleys. Of course, this is Kananaskis country. And if you want to learn a little bit more about where we are and what there is to do, you can head over to explorecanmore.ca. We're surrounded by 3 massive alpine ski resorts, tons of outdoor climbing, ice climbing, dog sledding, very close to Banff, which is tons of history. Lake Louise. So much to do here, and this is just one of the incredible activities that Canmore has going for it. You can learn more at explorecanmore.ca, and a huge thanks to Canmore Kananaskis Tourism Board, the presenting sponsor of the World Paranordic World Cup. As Alexander Trulkin from Russia, bid number 60, pushes out of the range. onto his second lap.
And there we have 63, that's Palukin. He's had a very, very consistent weekend on the biathlon side of things. Looks like he's shot clean and is out onto the course.
Bid number 56, Anthony Chalagon from France, unfortunately heading into the penalty loop there. Bid number 64 now breaking his way. This is Stanislav Chokolev from Russia, the current world leader. He has 200 World Cup points thus far and has competed in every race we've put on here at the World Cup, including both cross country and biathlon. These really are two different sports. And so for these athletes to be able to compete in both and compete at the level of Stanislav, earning 3 podiums, is impressive.
Really impressive. Choklev showing us how getting it done here on the range. One of those Russian biathletes, very quick in the range. You can see how fast he got down, got set up, and pretty quickly moving through these targets.
Get it done in the only way he knows how to. A sea of green, shoots all targets clean. That's about the size of a quarter. You can imagine they're all doing it by sound. Quite a challenge. Bid number 64, Stanislav, moving on. Looks like we got some final results from the women there, Greg.
Yeah, Klezova, 31:44 her time, no missed shots. And Bajian right in behind there, 33:47. Again, another clean round, four clean shots. And Tereshkanova, 34:31, clean shooting. That's pretty hard to beat.
Now into the men's unofficial results. Stanislav Chokolev on screen. You can see his fast time of 11 minutes and 6 seconds. Nikolai Bulkin from Russia, 11 minutes and 45 seconds. Nikita Pavarov from Russia, 13 minutes and 8 seconds. Nikolai Burdov from Russia just behind him in 13 minutes. So the leader, Stanislav, has quite a lead over 2 minutes of time.
Really consistent shooting. You see how fast he is in the range. He's probably faster by 10, 15 seconds than everybody else.
Nikita Pavarov is off. He's on course, shot clean. The goal, of course, is to spend as little time as possible in the penalty box, which is a 150-meter loop that these athletes will have to do if they shoot red, if they miss a shot. That can really factor into their time and, of course, their podium positions at the end of the day.
Yeah, we saw Choklev, shooting clean and leading the field so far by a couple of minutes, and it can be pretty hard to catch up. But Palukin doing well, very well. If there's a little stumble, then Palukin will be right there.
You see the climb, Joe Powell up front, and Blazin Bianco from Russia close behind. You'll probably start to see them split ways a little bit here. Their guide taking the lead.
That's the great thing about the Canmore Nordic Center. We're on world-class trails. There's lots of room there easily for 2 skiers to go by each other. And, the trails are impeccably groomed today as well.
Even with a little dusting and fresh snow, 15 centimeters. The courses are still looking pristine, quick, but challenging conditions over this last week. A whole variance of the start of the World Cup was sitting cool around -15. We've warmed up now to this week. Had a big dumping of snow last night, not only in the nighttime, but also in yesterday's sprint event, which added a whole list of difficulties for these athletes and their wax technicians. Then, of course, today, cooling down a little bit, sitting around -6 right now in Canmore. But luckily, the snow quit this morning early enough for the grooming staff to get out here, maintain the course, and give these athletes great facilities to be able to train and compete in. As bib number 57, Nikolai Burdov from Russia heads into the range. Many more athletes rounding the bend. Here's Burdov. Quick transition. Headphones on, rifle in hand. That's the story. If you want to win, no seconds can be spared. There's bib number 64, Stanislav Chokolev. Watch as he just pushes past these competitors. He is such a machine. This is the biggest climb of the run. 11 meters of total climb here in this one section.
Yeah, making short work of that, using the offset technique right behind his guide, and probably pushing over the hill. You'll see him break into what we call a 1 skate, and then powering, getting ready for the downhill. So there's no real rest there. He's really going for it.
Back into the range is Nikolai Burkov. Look at that sprint. wasting no time. Shoots clean. No surprise there.
You know, Birdhoff's had some good results. If he shoots clean, has good fast skis, he could be right up there into the podium. But he's in tough. I mean, we've got all of the top skiers here will be one, maybe max 2 misses to be in the podium.
Oleg Panamarev from Russia, he started his day out here. First athlete out of the gate and the interval starts. He's coming down now is Nikolai Punkin, number 63. Let's watch his shooting. Looks like he shoots clean. Nikolai up and off into the course. So much to be said about this guide and skier relationship. There's so much trust between them. Of course, a lot of the communication is done with the speaker on the back. Not all of the athletes use the speaker. Some of them are just using vocal cues, and some of them, of course, have enough actual vision cues themselves to be able to guide, kind of self-guide as well. It's a whole mix of vision impairment on the course right now.
Yeah, there's B1 to B3, and it's a great place to go is to the World Paranordic website and check it out. And there's some good videos there about the classification system and how it all gets done.
Stanislav Choklev from Russia. This is our current leader, not only in this individual race, but also in World Cup points. He has the world leading points of 200. He's got quite a lead right now as well. I believe just over 2 minutes from the previous loop. Stanislav. Look for him to shoot clean. Four out of 5. And in true Russian fashion, a sea of green, Greg. I start to feel like I'm repeating my words.
Yeah,
but
exactly. We have to get some new vocabulary for this. Maybe someone can send us some new words for this. It's amazing.
Almost every athlete, and it was the same in the sprint category. The top 6 athletes in yesterday's sprint did not miss a shot. That's how close this has to be.
Yeah, you can't miss a shot in this game. You know, we're looking at the world's best athletes coming in here.
There's 51. Oleg, he's coming into his final opportunity as Nikita Pavarov picks up his rifle. Nikita as well. 2 fourth-place finishes. He wants a spot on the podium. It's going to be a challenging one to break into today as the race is tight. Stanislav has got a clear lead. Nikita, unfortunately, missing a shot initially. And Nikita's off. So, unfortunately, shooting 2 misses.
Yeah, I think with this crew, he's going to end up out of the podium with that. But his ski speed's pretty fast, and he's been placing well, finishing 4th, 12.5, and then 4th yesterday in the sprint.
Taking a quick right-hand turn. He'll be doing 300 meters of penalty loop. Combined, we expect that to add about 45 to 60 seconds onto his race time. And there's the results. Stanislav Choklev, after lap number 3 in first place. The distance between him and Nikolai is closing. About just over a minute lead. Nikolai Punkin from Russia, 17 minutes and 32 seconds. Vladimir with a time in 19 minutes and 34 seconds. So the time difference between Stanislav and Vladimir in 3rd place, almost exactly 3 minutes. So Stanislav, I don't want to say too early because again, it's above my pay grade, but I think he's guaranteed himself a spot on the podium. Can he hold down that top spot? Time will tell, but all these skiers looking good, Greg.
Yeah, there could be a little shake-up if the Pelukin comes in, shoots well, and Choklev has a little stumble, then we could see a little shake-up there. But so far, pretty good lead built up.
And the distance between 3rd and 4th place, Nikita Pavarov as well, 4 seconds apart. So I think that bronze medal position is still up in the air. I can't imagine that Stanislav is going to be unseated in that top spot or top 2 spots. But someone that can do it is Sebastian Modin, 27-year-old from Sweden. 3.
It was really great to see him on the podium yesterday. He's definitely, like we said, he's no stranger to that. But having missed just 3 there, he's going to be in the penalty loop for a bit.
So those penalty loops is going to be a hard. He's going to have to make up about a minute and a half of time as we see him ski 450 meters of penalty loops. So I think his chances of breaking into that podium are going to be tight. And we'll wait and see if a Swedish man can unseat the Russians. But at this point,
yeah, he's definitely a fast skier, beautiful skier to watch. But that's a big obstacle to overcome now.
There's our leader, Stanislav Troklev. He's in bib number 62. Watch as he's able to. He's such a strong climber. Watch as he's able to overtake these athletes. And not only is Stanislav strong, but they need a guide that matches their endurance, match their ability. And a lot of these athletes have a hard time finding guides that can either ski in the same strength as them, and oftentimes you'll see them even out skiing their guide in some situations.
Yeah, definitely. You want to have a guide that is going to be a big help to you. And, the best of relationships, and you can see them, we saw a lot of that in the cross-country world. It's when they get in sync, it's just beautiful to watch.
Nikolai Punkin was in 4th place after his last run. It's crucial that they shoot clean. There's no doubt in my mind that Punkin will come through with an ocean of green, ocean of Christmas colors, greens and reds. But Nikolai.
Oh, yeah, he's up and gone. This is going to put some pressure on Choklev for coming in a little bit behind him here. Like we said earlier, I'm not exactly sure how they're getting feedback on the course, but they have a sense of what's going on, and he'll see that he's going straight back onto the course, no penalty loop.
Again, it's up to our athletes to make sure that they're doing the correct amount of penalty loops if they are misshooting. We do have volunteers and officials overseeing to make sure that these athletes are in fact following the rules and doing their corresponding penalty loops to their shots missed. And if any of these athletes do miss a penalty loop, we add automatic 2 minutes to their time. So it's in their best interest to follow the rules. But again, it's going to be a challenge as there's so many things to keep an eye out on, from skiing strong, passing folks, strong shooting is bound to happen. And of course, we've already seen throughout the past few days, a few athletes have either missed their penalty loops or even done extra penalty loops and added more time.
Oh, so, yeah, for sure. I mean, you're basically hypoxic at this point. And so, to try to keep track of laps and what's going on can be pretty difficult.
Vladimir from Russia. He has 85 World Cup points. Best position thus far into the event is 6th in our last cross-country ski day in the sprints on Tuesday. The size of a quarter is about the size of this target. All 5.
And it's super challenging when you get the tone right, and then, make sure you don't twitch and then, pull the trigger. So that's pretty challenging, especially after skiing, coming in really hard after 2K.
Our leader, Stanislav Troklev. Oh, there it is. He misses the shot.
Mm-hmm.
So things are getting interesting. Our world leader, Mr. Consistency, having a bit of a bobble. Our commentary might have gotten to his head a little bit.
I know. Should we have said anything?
Hopefully he does know where we're sitting right now. But Stanislav, this is going to mix it up a little bit. He has to do an extra 150 meters of distance. He's a quick skier. After the last lap, he had about a 1 minute lead, but it's going to shrink as he heads into this penalty loop.
Yeah, Pelukin was clean there. And that's could prey on him a little bit here. It could be 35, 40 seconds to do a penalty loop.
Alexander Trulkin also in the penalty loop with him. There's a great shot of the two. Again, the penalty box is a direct result of their missed shot. Like you said, direct feedback with your boss. Your boss today being your rifle, I guess?
Yeah, I guess it is. It's definitely direct feedback. Performance reviews, #1.
Is he going to get that promotion and take home the win? We'll have to wait and see.
And Ponomarev.
As we have our first athletes crossing the finish line, Oleg Ponomarev. Times will start to hit the board. Oleg with a time of 32 minutes and 9 seconds. Having a bit of a rough go at the shooting range. Missing 9 shots, so that adds 150 meters per shot. That's quite a lot of additional time. Excited to see as we welcome some more athletes into the range here, as well as some more into the finish line. Nikita Bavarov, his guy Danny. Nikita skied strong all day, Greg. We'll see how his time comes through.
Yeah, you can see they're coming across really strong technique, looking very good, especially after a long week of skiing here at the Canmore Nordic Center.
Nikolai with a time of 32 minutes and 25 seconds. He puts himself into second place right now. 3 missed shots. Back to the climb. Last and final climb for these folks, Nikolai Burdov. He's in the front in bib number 57. Bib number 59 belongs to Sebastian Molden from Sweden. Had some struggles in the range. Well, very decorated Paralympic athlete. He's jumped on the plane 3 times, both in Vancouver, Sochi, and then 2018 in Pyeongchang. I wouldn't doubt if we see this gentleman make his 4th appearance in Beijing in March. You can see there's a beautiful shot of the range. Mount Rundle poking in the background.
Yeah, that's Mount Rundle, looking out towards the west, and out towards the west we have Banff, and of course to the east of Canmore we have Calgary.
Vladimir from Russia, he's on his final climb. He's in bib number 62. Keep an eye out for this young gentleman. Times are slowly coming in as athletes cross the line. The current leader is Oleg with a time of 32 minutes and 9 seconds. Only 2 folks have crossed the finish line thus far. Incredible backdrop here at the Canmore Nordic Center, nestled into the provincial park. Incredible wildlife, nature, beautiful zone to be out here calling the race. Bid number 63, Nikolai Pulkin from Russia. He had a very quick time. Excited to see how his shooting was, and he's going to cross the finish line. Sliding 28 minutes and 21 seconds. 0 shots missed, Greg.
Oh, yeah. So this is the story here. Polukin coming across. Chokalev, the little bobble at the end, having to do the extra penalty loop. See how it goes.
Another finisher, 57, Nikolai Burdov. Another strong shooter. He's fierce. Watch him finish. You can see his guy to the front just firing him up as he crosses the finish line. No energy spared. Congratulations.
Oh, yeah, Burdov just completely done after 10K. 5 laps of the 2K, 4 rounds of shooting. Great job.
Nikolai Burdov, a time of 32 minutes and 10 seconds. Again, clean shots from him. Impressive. If we look at the timing right now, we got bid number 53. Vladimir across the finish line. But if we look at the time, Oleg Polnarev from Russia is in second place at 32 minutes, but he also missed 9 shots, which means he's an incredibly fast skier.
Oh, some of these guys are so fast skiing. Yeah.
Vladimir into 5th place, 34 minutes and 43 seconds. Nikolai Pulkin, for now, has the lead. 28 minutes and 21 seconds. He's the leader. But still, Stanislav is out there. He's firing through the course.
Yeah, Chokalev, we saw missed one shot on his last round, having to do that penalty loop. We'll check out where he ends up.
Vladimir Klarlion from Russia, bid number 62. This is the final race of the World Cup, and it all comes to a close. Vladimir coming across the line, absolutely pooped. Congratulations. A time, 30 minutes and 56 seconds. He's in second place. The bubble score for the podium, Oleg, 32 minutes and 9 seconds, which I know is going to be upset by Stanislav. So he's sitting there pretty, but we'll wait and see as we start to see the final athletes. There's Stanislav right there. He's in bid number 64. Chokalev from Russia, can he do it? That last penalty loop, is that going to add enough time to slide him into second place, or is he going to win? Greg, this is where I'm shaking in my boots. The friends and fans at home are shaking in their boots. No one knows. Is Stanislav going to be able to unseat him? The time to beat
here
is 28 minutes and 21 seconds. Stanislav missed one final shot there.
Coming in strong to the finish line here.
The pressure is on. Seconds away.
So obviously has a good cheering crew out here as well.
And he's done it. Stanislav Choklev from Russia coming in with a time of 27 minutes and 20 seconds. Wow. He beat Nikolai by a minute. Did a penalty loop and still was able to come home a minute ahead. Of course, all unofficial times right now, but looking strong.
Wow, that must have been a blistering last lap for Choklev.
Alexander Trulkin, bid number 60. Waiting for this times to be calculated. And he puts himself into 7th place. 33 minutes and 19 seconds is his time. Again, the bubble score for the podium. Vladimir Klarklin from Russia. 30 minutes and 56 seconds. So, still a handful of men out there that could take this. It's going to be a challenging race, but that is the time to beat. Of course, the fastest time of the day, Stanislav Choklev, our world leader, maintains his reign supreme with a time of 27 minutes and 20 seconds. Has a 1-minute lead amongst the folks in 2nd place. Espitor Garbulski from Poland. The Polish athletes are looking strong for sure. They're of smaller contingency. There's not as many of them as the Russians, but they've also shot clean. Great skiers. Fans hear their bells, their whistles.
Yeah, and we'll see Iwita Ferron in the next race coming up here in the women's standing, and she had a great result yesterday.
Pitor from Poland slides himself into 10th place, 35 minutes and 43 seconds. We'll see if he can hold that top 10 positions. As we have 2 more athletes on course. And then we'll move into awards. And then finish off today's events with the men's and women's standing mid-distance biathlon event. It'll be taking place a little bit later this afternoon. And Sebastian Molden from Sweden started skiing at 13 years of age. Has already represented his country at 3 Paralympic Games, hoping to earn himself a spot for the 4th Paralympic Games. And get this, he was the youngest competitor at the Vancouver Paralympic Games in 2010. He's been at the sport for 11 years now at the world stage. We expect some incredible things of him as he still is a young man heading into his middle of his career here.
Yeah, it was really nice to see Sebastian back on the podium yesterday. Really nice to have the Swedish team here, and he's such a nice person to have around.
French skier Anthony Chalcon, he's in bib number 56. Closely behind him, bid number 54, Blažej Bianco from Poland. French skier, Polish skier, close behind, neck and neck. The time to beat to get onto the podium. 30 minutes. Blažej Bianco finishing across the finish line. Time coming in for Anthony Chalcon, 33 minutes and 39 seconds. And bib number, there's unofficial men's results. Stanislav, time of 27 minutes and 20 seconds. Nikolai Pulkin, 28 minutes and 21 seconds. Vladimir rounded out the podium, 30 minutes and 56 seconds. Oleg from Russia in 4th. Nikolai Burdov in 5th. Nikita Pavarov in 6th. Alexandre Trulkin in 7th. From France, Anthony Chalcon in 8th. Vladimir Udasov in 9th. And Paul Gill from Poland in 10th place. Those are your times to beat right now. Still a few more athletes on the course, including Sebastian from Sweden. Time to break onto the podium is 30 minutes and 56 seconds. Can he do it? That is the question.
Yeah, Modine had a bit of a day today, troubleshooting with a few missed shots on the last round. Yeah, probably won't be top 3, but it's been a good week for him and a good start to the season.
So Sebastian Molden from Sweden, 27-year-old athlete, is the last person on the course. Holds himself a degree in business and economics at the Mid-Sweden University. Took up skiing at age 13. Has won 4 Paralympic winter medals throughout his career. And here he is. Again, the time to beat to break onto the podium is held by bid number 62, Vladimir from Poland, or from Russia, 30 minutes and 56 seconds. Sebastian Molden, like you said, had a few difficulties on the shooting. It'll be unlikely for him to break into the podium spot, but he's had some great performances this week, and this will round out his last day of competition here in Canmore. as the World Cup comes to a close today. And there it is, time for him. He slides into 9th place, 33 minutes and 59 seconds. So still able to hold a top 10 finish, but maybe not the result he's looking for today, Greg.
Yeah, definitely not for Modine. But like you said, he's had a really good week this so far. He's had, coming in, he had a 3rd place finish and 2nd in the cross-country sprint and 3rd yesterday.
So there we go, another beautiful day of racing coming to a close here. 2 more races this afternoon, and then we'll finish off day number 6 of the Canmore 2021 World Paranordic Skiing World Cup. What an incredible showing, the men's and women's vision impaired category. Congratulations to our male champion, Stanislav Choklovev, Nikolai Punkin in 2nd, and Vladimir from Russia in 3rd. The fastest time, Stanislav in time of 27 minutes and 20 seconds. He is a minute ahead of Nikolai Punkin in 2nd place. And now into the vision impaired women's category. Again, Greg, another incredible showing. Vera Gidizova from Russia in 1st place, time of 31 minutes and 44 seconds. Anastasia Bajian in 2nd place, 33 minutes and 47 seconds. And Tereshkanova, standout performance from her, shooting clean throughout the day, 34 minutes and 31 seconds. Those are your top 1, 2, 3 for both the men's and women's vision impaired 10-kilometer distance race. Greg, great race.
Oh, fantastic racing. When you look at the top 3 women, Klizova, Bajian, and Tereshkanova, no missed shots between the 3 of them. So it's really about skiing, and so they had a fantastic day. Good start to the season here at the Canmore Nordic Center. And on the men's side, Choklev, even with that 1 missed shot, which was unusual for him, he still ends up on top. So great skiing there. And Palukin, he's definitely been consistent this week.
So another gorgeous race comes to a close. The blue sky pokes through here at the Canmore Nordic Center. An incredible backdrop and home of the 1988 Calgary Winter Olympics. Calgary, of course, just a close skip and a jump, an hour and a half to the Calgary airport. We'll land you here and a quick little skip up to Canmore. Beautiful venue out here, tons of incredible skiing, cross-country skiing, alpine skiing. We have 3 massive resorts around here. Beautiful lakes, the nightlife, the food, the arts and culture scene is bar none, and is a great place to call home. And a lot of these athletes are traveling around the world. Good to train here for a few weeks prior to the event kicked off. And what a great way to start off their season. World Cup stop number 1 is coming to a close. 2 more contests this afternoon before we shut down and call it a close here at stop number 1. This is the Canmore 2021 World Paranordic Skiing World Cup, live from the Canmore Nordic Center. Thank you so much for sticking around with us. We'll be back with more action from CBC Sports. My name is Josh Visser here alongside Greg Thompson. We'll be back with more this afternoon. We're just moments away from awards, folks, asking all the athletes to start making their way to the award ceremony. All right, folks, we are ready to move into the men's and women's middle distance vision impaired awards. Our presenters, Rachel Ludwig, the CEO of Tourism Canmore Kananaskis, Nicole Tremblay, our local glass artist who blew all of our medals, and Norbert Meyer, events director of the Alberta World Cup Society. He will be hat man, and he's excited to get these awards underway. So now into the women's vision impaired category. In third place from Russia, Maria Tereshkanova and her guide Anton Podorodov. In second place from Russia, Anastasia Bajian and her guide Sergei Sinikin. And taking over the win in the first place from Russia, Vera Klaisova and her guide Natalia Ikimova. There's your women's vision impaired category. Now moving into the men's vision impaired category. From Russia in third place, Vladimir Kalurin and his guide Dmitry Korskov. In second place, Nikolai Polonkin and his guide Eduard Berzin, also from Russia. And in first place with a 1 minute lead from Russia, Stanislav Choklelev and his guide Oleg Kolodichuk. There's your men's vision impaired category. Thanks everyone for coming out. We have one more round of races at 1:50 p.m. with the men's and women's standing mid-distance biathlon event. Again, 1:50 p.m. for the final races of the day. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the 2021 Canmore World Paranordic Skiing World Cup. Live from beautiful Canmore Nordic Center here, nestled between the Rocky Mountains. We're about an hour and a half from Calgary, 25 minutes from Banff, Alberta, and it's a beautiful day here for the venue of the 1988 Olympic Winter Games. It's going to be a beautiful afternoon, and to learn a little bit more about Canmore, about what the backdrop of what you're seeing, check out the video. It's a beautiful shot of what we're looking at here in Canmore. Of course, coming at you live from the Canmore Nordic Center. The final afternoon of racing is upon us. 6 long days. The World Cup comes to a close this afternoon as we finish things up with the men's and women's standing mid-distance biathlon event. It's going to be a beautiful afternoon. My name is Josh Visser here, joined alongside Greg Thompson. We'll be calling the race. Greg, welcome back to the booth. A little quick break, had some lunch. We're back here to call the action for what is going to be an incredible final race.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be a fantastic race here, Josh. You know, in the women's standing, we have our Canadian teams, Brittany Hudak, Emily Young, Natalie Wilkie, and we're going to be watching Iwita Ferron from Poland. She was really close yesterday to getting in the top 2. And of course, our world leader, Rumyan Tseva from Russia, she'll want to spoil the Canadian party. She missed 2 shots yesterday and be looking to, hunt those down.
It's a big day, 10 kilometers of distance, 2-kilometer distance laps. They're doing 5 laps with two stops in the range. Walk us through a little bit about this course, some of the highlights here.
Great, yeah. They leave the start zone there, going east towards the town of Canmore, do a little bit of a loop there behind that penalty loop, and head out on the Albertville Trail, come into a hairpin turn, in through the camel bumps, and then take a hard right, go back up on the Lillehammer Trail, and then back through the camel bumps, and then into the range for shooting.
So the name of the game is Biathlon. To bring 2 sports together, both shooting and skiing. Like I said, these athletes are going to be coming into the range 4 times. They have 5 bullets loaded into their guns, into their rifles. 1 shot at each target. There's 5 targets. The target, you'll see shortly, is the size of a dime. Any missed shot, and they earn themselves a quick visit to the penalty loop. Each penalty loop is 150 meters. So if you're adding missed shots, it's a bad day. A lot of these athletes are quite allergic to the penalty loop and hoping not to make any stops in there as it adds more time and more distance to their race. As we look at the start list now, here's our top men's and women's start lists. Our women's kicking things off, Natalie Wilkie and Emily Young, 2 standout Canadian athletes. Chloe Pinto from France, Momoko from Japan, Iwita Ferron, another one to look out for from Poland, Brittany Hudak, Ulia Mikeva, and of course, Ekaterina Rumiasteva. Greg, who are you looking forward to seeing?
Well, definitely, like I mentioned, Hudak had a strong day yesterday, and she had a really strong week as well, and she'll want to be back on the podium. And Emily Young, Natalie Wilkie gunning in there for the top 3. Iwita Ferron from Poland had a really good race yesterday, even with the penalty. If she shoots clean, she'll be right in there.
Now we go live to the start. This is Natalie Wilkie. She's looking to kick off her day. Close behind is bid number 72, Emily Young. They're going to be doing 5 laps of the course. This is the final day of racing. All of these women in this race have competed in the cross-country races and the biathlon, making it their 6th and final day here at the first stop of the World Cup circuit. They're heading off next week to Finland for the Europa Cup, and eventually they're going to meet all in Beijing for the Paralympic Games as Emily Young of Kelowna, BC is set to go.
Oh, it's been a really long week. A great week, though, for cross-country and biathlon. We're heading here into the mid-distance 10-kilometer biathlon.
Here's Emily Young, seconds away, getting that warm-up stance, and she is off. The Canadians looking very strong. Look out for a hot performance from them. Bid number 73 now, Chloe Pinto from France. A few French skiers out here. We've already seen a few French climb to the top of the podium as well. But I think the name of the game today is going to be, again, the battle between the Canadians, Iweta Farron, as well as our current world leader, Ekaterina Rumisteva, Chloe Pinto. They're starting 30-second intervals, and she's off.
Oh, we had some great racing this morning in the sit ski categories, and it was all about the number of missed shots, right? And we end up doing the penalty loops, and that's what's going to come down to this afternoon as well.
Bib number 74, Momoko Dikijama. She took a 6th place in yesterday's sprint biathlon event. This is her 4th day of competition here in Canmore, the Canmore Nordic Center. And she is off. 4 more women set to take the course. Iweta Farron, this is on your set to watch list here, Greg.
Oh, definitely. We'd been watching Iweta all week, and then she had a breakout day yesterday, and we're expecting another good day today.
1:50 p.m. local time here in Canmore, sitting around -6 degrees. Canmore sits about 1,300 meters above sea level. And she's off. Just a short, quick hop, skip, and a jump from Calgary International Airport, where you too can come enjoy all that Canmore has to offer. As we're looking now to Brittany Hudak. She took a gold in yesterday's sprint biathlon event. She's one of the top standout Canadian senior national team members, and she's ready to take her first lap of 5.
That's right, 5 laps, 4 times through the range.
By way of Prince Albert, Saskatchewan, doing it for the Rocky Mountain Racers Club. Here with coach Rob McKeever. She's a 2-time Paralympian and was part of Canada's record-setting Paranordic team that captured 16 medals at the 2018 Paralympic Winter Games, where she celebrated a bronze herself in the 12.5-kilometer distance biathlon event. And she's off the course to make Canada proud. Rounding out, we got 2 women left still to take on the course. The next athlete is Iweta Uliamikeva.
Yeah,
from Russia.
Second place yesterday, and really good shooting yesterday. Didn't miss any shots. Good fast skier, so look for her today as well.
The final athlete of the day, Ekaterina Rumisteva, in this women's category. She's staying warm, has that jacket on. Of course, the coach will probably hand that off to her coach here momentarily. Strong skiing yesterday, but was unable to make it onto the podium. She was close behind, unfortunately missed 2 shots, which means she did 2 penalty loops yesterday. Came shy of 4th place. We'll see Ekaterina Rumisteva on course. So there you have it, folks. Santa's sticking around saying hello, saying Merry Christmas.
Oh, there he is. Look at that.
And he wants you to know, folks, that he is, of course, from the north, from the cold, from the North Pole, and home of Nordic skiing. His people back in the day, dating back 400 years, is how old this sport was when Santa and his troops were practicing in the snow-covered hills of Scandinavia, where people hunted on skis with rifles slung over their shoulders. The first date of modern biathlon dating back to 1912 between the Swedish and Norwegian military. They organized an annual race that consisted of a 17-kilometer cross-country race and 2-kilometer penalty for each missed shot. Can you imagine? Today we're giving away the lucky contestants of the penalty lap get 150 meters if they miss a shot. Back in 1912, it was 2 kilometers.
You could be out there for days. I mean, really.
I would be out there for days. Looking at my shooting record, I would spend weeks in the penalty zone.
Santa's pretty happy to be here. He went missing apparently the last few days, but it's funny how he just appeared right over top of the biathlon range. So keeping an eye on things today. Really great to have him.
He's got a busy few weeks ahead, of course. So he's relaxing.
Well, of course. Why not relax here in Canmore?
It's a beautiful place to be as we see our first athletes coming down the first steep decline. We're going to see them round the corner, head back up that big hill. This is bib number 74, Momoko Dikijama from Japan. You see Iweta Farron from Poland, close behind. They're about halfway through their first lap. 5 laps ahead of them, 4 stops in the range, and hopefully no stops in the penalty loop.
No, exactly. You can see Iweta there coming down, looking very, very strong, very fast skis. I mean, making up a little distance already on the Japanese skier Momoko.
You see Natalie Wilkie and Chloe Pinto there pushing it close. Natalie Wilkie heading into the range as her first athlete in the women's standing distance race to make her way in. Greg, watch the transition. It's these little moments between handing off the pole, grabbing her rifle from her coach, and laying down at the mat where she hopes to shave off some seconds that might do her well in the future.
Yeah, it's all about the practice. They practice hundreds of times doing this, coming in, doing the handoff with the rifle, getting set, slowing down the breathing, taking the shots, and then, of course, it's the transition, quick transition to get out of there again.
So Emily Wilkie did not start in yesterday's sprint event, so this is her first day back. So we're excited to see how she shoots. She's getting started now here in lane number 7. By way of Salmon Arm, British Columbia. She's been on the senior national team for 4 years. Her final day of racing. Greg, what do we got here?
So far, so good. We've got 2 for 5. If Natalie can really keep up the shooting, she'll be right there in the top contenders today.
Natalie was the youngest.
There we have it, 5 for
clean
5.
shot. She will not be hanging out in penalty zone, penalty city.
You know, that's a really great way to start the race. You know, you get that behind you, you're in.
A little bit of confidence.
A little bit of confidence. Maybe the nerves are up a bit today, so that's fantastic.
Close behind her is her teammate Emily Young from Kelowna, British Columbia, looking to shoot clean. There is a great shot of the target. So as we look at this, the actual size of that target is the size of a dime. The black outer ring, of course, is not the actual center. It's the interior of that big black outer ring, and that's the size of a dime, which what these athletes are shooting. What I believe are little pellets.
Yeah, it's their rifle pellets. So you can see there, Emily shooting clean, putting the pressure on Natalie. Both are Canadian skiers coming through there if it's clean shooting.
Just a few moments, we'll be sending the men off onto the course. You'll start to see them kind of start to mix up as the traffic jam builds. 2 athletes neck and neck here, about 74 and 75. Momoko Dijama and Iweta Farron. We should see them come into the range. Iweta took a bronze medal yesterday's sprint contest. Here they are coming into the range. Again, watch this transition. It is so key that it's smooth. Their coaches and their staff are there ready with their rifles, armed, loaded. Look for a clean transition. You can see the nice shot of all the rifles there in their stands. Of course, each athlete has a specific rifle. They're all standardized, but you know, some people like to put little bells and whistles, maybe a little sticker mom and dad on them.
Yeah, exactly. And the athletes were out zeroing, or basically making sure that the sights and everything are lined up on their rifles just before we started today. And you can see there's some red flags hanging in the stadium there, Josh. That gives an indication of what's going on with the wind, and it's pretty quiet right now. So this is a great day for shooting. Obviously, unfair and just knocking it out of the park on our first time through.
Beautiful, and one of the factors, wind, of course, being one of the factors that we're constantly looking out for. Last night, too, a fresh drizzling of snow, about 15 centimeters landed, but luckily we had enough time for the course workers and the staff to come out and groom the course and make it clean and clear for these folks. So weather, snow not being too big of an issue today, as Brittany Hudak is her first round look as she shoots. 1 more to go. Clean shot for Brittany Hudak. It's going to be a tight race. She's up, she's gone, leaves a rifle in spot. Her coach will come back and grab it. In traditional biathlon events, you'll see the skiers actually do the course with the rifle on their back, but in the para contests, that is provided to them from their coaches as she shoots out. Into her second lap, Yulia Mikheeva, Russian athlete, another great standie. We'll see. I'm excited to see how she performs. She did quite well yesterday. Shot clean.
Yeah, finishing second yesterday, shooting clean. You know, these Russian skiers, yeah, see if we can see what's going on there. But the Russian shooters are really, really, really fast. Not spending a lot of time in the range.
Yulia Mikheeva is off. Looks like she shot clean there.
Oh, definitely.
So still, we haven't gotten to welcome anybody into the penalty zone yet. No one seems to want to hang out.
No one wants to be hanging out in there. It's really, really amazing competition here.
Ekaterina Rumisteva, the current world leader. She took a 4th place, just shy of the podium yesterday. She did miss 2 shots, and there, unfortunately, looks like we've got the first contender for the penalty loop. So hopefully we'll get a shot of that, and we can show you exactly what that looks like. Again, Ekaterina can look forward to doing an extra 150 meters, which we estimate adds between 30 and 40 seconds, depending on the athlete. And there she's going to take a quick right-hand turn here. Do a big loop. Luckily, the views from the loop are bar none.
Yeah,
You know, you're looking
exactly.
at some of the biggest glaciers and mountain ranges here in the.
Well, Rumyanseva, she's got really fast ski speed, so whether she can overcome missing that one penalty.
And there's Emily Young on the climb. She's in the middle of her second lap here. For some of the stronger skiers, this is where a lot of time can be made up on these climbs, and of course the descents. Look for the descents. They're going around 40 to 50 kilometers an hour once they get to the top of this hill. A little bit of a climb after that hill, but this is the main one that we're looking out for. This is 11 meters from the top to the bottom. These athletes are doing 5 laps, 52 meters, 54 meters of climb throughout the whole course. That puts it just over 200 meters. And a point of reference for you folks, especially if you're from the area and you're familiar with Calgary, the Calgary Tower in downtown Calgary, which is the Space Needle looking building you can go to the top of. I'm sure there's a beautiful restaurant up there, but that is 190 meters tall. So imagine climbing that vertically, but then doing another, 25 meters on top of that, and shooting.
Oh, don't forget the shooting, right?
And don't forget, some people are hanging out in the penalty loop too. So
Yeah.
some people are skiing more than just the required 2,011 meters per lap.
Yeah, exactly. You saw Emily going up the hill there using the offset technique, looking really strong. That's a tough hill. You can't tell on the TV and on the cameras. It's steeper than it looks, and of course when you get to the other side, that's the Lillehammer Trail, and there's a really good drop on the other side of that.
There you can see there are volunteers there. We do have staff at the penalty loops there to make sure that the folks are doing the proper amount of loops. And there's some unofficial results. Emily Young, 6 minutes and 43 seconds, close behind Brittany Hudak, 6 minutes and 47 seconds, tied almost with Iweta Farron in third place, 6 minutes and 47 seconds. So the Canadians looking strong. Natalie Wilkie just shy of that podium position with 3 seconds behind with 6 minutes and 50 seconds. And our world leader, Ekaterina Rumisteva, sitting in sixth. So still a lot of movement to make. Again, 3 more opportunities for these folks coming to the range. Any missed shots, they'll land in the penalty loop. And from there, it's anyone's game.
Oh, we saw that already with Ekaterina in doing one penalty loop, and she's already a little bit behind. She might be able to make it up. It depends on what happens here with the other shootings. And it looks like we have Natalie Wilkie getting ready to shoot.
So one of the younger athletes on Team Canada. She's been on the senior national team for 4 years. Does it for the Larch Hills Nordic team with coach Rob McKeever and wax technician Ian Daffrin. By way of Salmon Arm, the Okanagan, of course, having some great facilities to train in. Silver Star being one of the top cross-country training zones in the Okanagan. Natalie, the youngest athlete at the 2018 Paralympic Winter Games. She started in 2017 when she was selected for the BC Nordic team following her bronze medal finish at the Canadian Ski Championships. And just a year later, she was on the Canadian national team in Pyeongchang. So some impressive career growth. We're excited to see. Looks like she might have missed a shot here. So 4 of 5. We're going to see Natalie Wilkie, who's just shy of the podium right now. She's going to be headed into the penalty loop as Emily Young, just behind bib number 72. She's the current leader. So Emily Young also shooting 4 of 5. So she's also going to be joining her team woman, countrywoman, Natalie Wilkie, in the penalty loop. Hopefully the first and only time that they'll have to make their way in there.
Yeah, they both shot clean the first round, missing one on the second round. Right now, that's fine. You just want to put that behind you and come in and think about shooting clean for the third and fourth.
There's a beautiful shot. You can see the women heading up on the left. On the right-hand side, some folks coming back into the lane or back up for the final hill. Iweta Farron, bib number 75 from Poland. Iweta landed in third place yesterday. Missed 2 shots throughout her day of shooting. Of course, they only did 3 laps, which only gives them 2 opportunities in the range.
Really consistent skiing, and if she can get 5 for 5 here, she'd probably put herself maybe move up a spot.
She's in lane 3. Weta having some challenges out there. She got herself a ticket to Penalty City. Unfortunately, we'll be doing 3 loops. That is 450 additional meters added on to her lap here. So difficult place to be, but we've seen people climb out of it.
Yeah, definitely this afternoon we had our earlier categories. People were climbing out of that. And but that's a little bit disappointing for Weta in the second shooting.
As Brittany Hudak from Team Canada shoots clean, she's off into her 3rd lap. So Brittany, congratulations. Her family and friends at home tuning in. Welcome to the show. Weta Farron still spending some time in the penalty loop there. And there's a great shot of what the range looks like, the size of the range. Again, you can see all the officials, the volunteers, the juries with their jury vests. Those are the ones who are making the calls, making sure that the sport is played properly. All the rules are followed. For most of them, they travel around the world to all the different World Cup stops. You'll see a few of them as well at the Paralympic Games in Beijing, overseeing the sport. As looks like Weta Farron is finishing up her lap. And there is the men's start list. We're just about to get things underway. Kaiichi Sato from Japan, Mark Arenz, Kyle Barber, Canadian standout. Jesse Eamon, representing Team Canada from Alberta here. Nels Eric Luslet. Vladislav from Russia, looking strong. Benjamin Daviet from France, the current world leader. Got some favorites in there, Greg?
Oh, definitely. You know, this is the group. Yesterday, the top 6, yesterday's shooting Saturday, they shot clean rounds, all 6 of them. So what's it going to take? You have to shoot clean, ski fast. I'd watch the world leader, Daviet, and of course, Mark Arenz. He'll really be gunning it today. It's his hometown. He wants to do well.
Ekaterina Rumisteva, current world leader. She's having a bit of a tough go out here. Missed a few shots in her first appearance in the range. She's going to be looking to clean up her shooting. We'll see how she can do. Her coach there helping her out, getting the rifle set up. That's the most the coach can do. They can bring the rifle to them, help them get it set up. And then from there, it's all on the athletes. She's in lane number 7. Katerina, 4 out of 5 shots. Unfortunately, she'll be heading into the penalty loop. So you have our very own Emily Young, bib number 72 and bib number 88. That belongs to Ivan Kolorozov from Russia. Like we said, the men's are on course now. We'll start to see the traffic jam build. About 20 athletes now sharing the course, both on the climb. The range is going to get busy. It's like a busy Sunday night,
Oh, it's a typical Canmore Sunday afternoon traffic jam, I guess, up here at the Canmore Nordic Center.
It's one of the best Nordic centers in the world, of course. Legacy of the 1988 Calgary Olympics. This is the host of all the Nordic skiing and para-Nordic skiing events.
And it still continues to be, if not the best, one of the top 2 in the world for cross-country and biathlon venues.
Not only is the course, such diverse courses, the elevation here adds a little bit of challenge. We're sitting up at 1,300 meters. So if these people are coming from around the world, they're not used to the elevation. Obviously, that adds a little bit of challenge. As Vladislav Lekomostev from Russia lands. This is our first male we're seeing come into the range. Vladislav took a first place yesterday. World Cup points of 100, clean shots throughout the day.
Yeah, definitely clean shooting. All top 6 were clean shooting. It's his ski speed yesterday that really paid off. And Daviet coming in second. So Daviet's going to be gunning for the top spot today.
Vladislav Lekomostev from Russia, up and at him. Do you see how quick he comes in? That is one of the keys that we've noticed from this Russian team. They're coming in fast. They're getting their spot on the mat. They're calming themselves. They're breathing. They're doing everything they need to do to focus. And it's like they're gone before I even blink.
I was just checking my notes, and before I know it, he's gone.
Who is
super
this guy?
fast, yeah.
Benjamin Daviet, he's our world leader right now as far as World Cup points. He's from France, strong skier, landed in lane 2. Took second place yesterday. Again, shooting clean. It's the name of the game. These athletes have to shoot clean if they want to earn themselves a top spot.
Yeah. Daviet was first in the 12.5K distance biathlon race, so that's a good indication. He's got the endurance. and put it together over the 4 shootings and the 5 laps. And we see it there.
And he's out. Congratulations. Russians again, looking strong. The range does not seem to scare them. Natalie Wilkie coming in now. Natalie got 4 out of 5 shots clean from Salmon Arm. She says, hello, Mom and Dad, anyone at home tuning in? Thanks for joining us here. You're watching at CBC Sports on Facebook or on YouTube Live. Glad to have you. So there's a great shot again of that target. Can't stress this enough, but those things are the size of a dime.
Yeah, it's 10 meters away. Within that black circle, there's another sort of silverish, dark silver metal, and it's the size of a dime. And you can see Natalie really doing well here, 2 for 5 so far.
Natalie, a high-performance junior cross-country skier in British Columbia, where she was invited into the Paranordic program following a workshop accident at her school, where she lost 4 fingers on her left hand. And ever since, Natalie has been a staple of the Canadian national team and posted 3 fourth-place finishes in her first World Cup in December 2017, which qualified her for the Paralympic team to represent Canada in Pyeongchang. So I'm telling you, these athletes have come from very diverse backgrounds, of course suffered various injuries, but a lot of them, you know, they're skiing with the best of the best, and it's just such an inspiration to be out here with them and watching them do incredible things. As Emily Young, clean shot for Emily. She's off to her 4th lap of the course. And our very own Mark Arenz, we're calling him Mr. Dreamliner, earned himself a sticker, basically a giant decal on.
He's got his own airplane.
This man's got his own Air Canada airplane. Look for him to shoot strong. I was actually watching, he was just featured on a CBC podcast a few weeks ago. And interestingly enough, one of the questions she asked was just like, are you a better skier, a better shooter? And he says his shooting game has always been stronger.
Oh, obviously, we're seeing it right there.
As you can see, clean in 5. Brittany Hudak, our current leader, right behind. Team Canada looking so strong in this men's and women's 10-kilometer distance, mid-distance biathlon race here in Canmore, the final race of the week. It's been a long one, 6 big contest days. We're wrapping things up right now. Brittany Hudak, 1 shot to go. There we go. That's why she's the leader right now. Hard to tell if she got the last shot. We'll see if she drops into the penalty lap. And she does. It looks like she got 4 out of 5, which might affect her time as we wait and see.
Brittany's such a fast skier, so we'll see how that plays out. Shooting 4 for 5 in that 3rd round there.
Again, if we look into yesterday's results, the men's sprint category, all top 6 finishers shot clean. But if we look into the women's results, the top 6 finishers all had 1 or 2 misses. So again, it doesn't mean it's not a be-all, end-all if you miss a shot, but it does add a bit of challenge and a bit of uncertainty heading into their final races.
Well, it's time, and then there's a whole psychological part of it. You have to sort of put that behind you and think about your next round, and don't let that affect you.
Yulia Mikheeva from Russia, she's started her shooting career here. I love watching the drama of the paddle. Hit the target. Yulia Mikheeva, she's got 1 shot. There it is, a clean shot. She's up and gone.
Yeah, she was 2nd place yesterday, and today no missed shots yet. So she's going to be up there.
Niels Erik Uslet from Norway. He's one of the few competitors that are just competing in the biathlon events. We didn't see him come out to play in the cross-country events, but as we've mentioned previously, there's, some athletes do both. Some athletes are very event-specific. Niels Erik himself, at least as far as this week goes, he's been the biathlon king. We'll see how he shapes up. 2 more athletes now heading into the range, bid number 88 and bid number 87. Vitaly Malishev and Ivan Koldorazov, both Russian competitors. Vitaly with 5th place yesterday. Again, shooting clean. Ivan right behind him in 5th or 6th place, also shooting clean. There's Ivan Klodozov, 6th place finish yesterday. He's off to the races. Started to see things shape up here. Benjamin Deviet from France, the current world leader, is skating into the range. Deviet landed in zone 2, lane 2. Deviet yesterday skied the fastest 2-kilometer lap, 5 minutes and 37 seconds. Yesterday they were just doing the 6K distance sprint. Today is 10 kilometers, so it'll be interesting to see if these folks can ski the same time or if they're conserving a bit more energy and sprinting across all 5 laps.
You know, they'll have to slow it down a slight, you know, not a little bit, and then, but they'll still be within those times, pretty close to it. And the last lap for sure will be right in there as the fastest time yesterday.
There's the unofficial results for the men's heading into their second lap. Vladislav Lekmostev from Russia, 5 minutes and 21 seconds. Benjamin Daviet, 5 minutes and 33 seconds, which is actually faster than his fastest lap yesterday. Niels Erik Uslet from Norway, 5 minutes and 52 seconds. Vladislav Madishev from Russia, 6 minutes and 3 seconds. Mark Arens from Team Canada in 5th place. Oleg from Russia in 6th. Ivan in 7th. Alexander Prokhonov from Russia in 8th. Keiichi Sato from Japan in 9th. And Jesse Eamon, our local boy from Canmore, representing Team Alberta and skiing for Canada in 10th place. Times are tight. Vladislav Lekmostev, 5 minutes and 21 seconds. Doesn't seem like he's saving any energy.
No, definitely not. I mean, super fast times compared to yesterday as well. And Daviat right behind him, so any slip up by one of these two, and it could be a real quick change on the top 3.
Kyle Barber, you can always make note of him in his bright neon goggles. His beautiful hair, again, putting it back like he stole it. Coming into the range here. There's a beautiful shot. You can kind of see it from there. There's a good angle of the distance of how far away these folks are from the actual target themselves. 10 meters. Kyle from Sudbury, Ontario. He's been on the senior national team for 4 years. Heading into his 4th season on the Canada's Paranordic ski team, where he competes in cross-country skiing, biathlon. He took a major step forward in his development in 2019. His first contest in the World Championships in home snow in Prince George. Kyle Barber. Got 3 of 5. See if he can get that last one. So Kyle Barber shooting 3 of 5. Unfortunately,
4 or 5. Actually.
4 or 5. So he was able to clean that last one. So he's going to move on, do 1 loop of the penalty course as Emily Young comes in for her final opportunity. She shot clean the 1st and 3rd round through. And it looks like she's done it again.
Yeah, we missed that one.
Wow.
Great speed coming in, getting set up, making those shots, and getting out of the range.
The women's course is very tight right now. Excited to see these results shape up as they're headed into their very last round. We'll see Emily Young come back into the finish line in just 6-7 minutes. Brittany Hudak coming into the finish line, or into the range for her final opportunity. Has a swath of podiums thus far, Greg. 3 first-place finishes, a silver, and a 4th-place finish.
Yeah, doing really well this week. She'll be happy about that. Great start to the season. Great start for the Canadian team. And you can see her getting set up here. Like we talked about earlier, everyone has a little bit of a routine to get coming into the shooting. They have a routine, slow down, get set, take the glasses off. You can see Brittany there putting the pole in a specific spot. It doesn't go anywhere else. That's where
She's
it goes.
practiced that spot. That makes a difference, like you said. It's all the times, it's the seconds they're trying to shave off, and those little repetitive motions. They practice the transitions day in, day out, even before this race starts. Them and their coaches are practicing the transitions. And Brittany Hudak, the pride of Prince Albert, Saskatchewan.
Definitely dialed in there.
Get it done in a big way, and she's heading off to the final lap, doing the Rocky Mountain Racers Ski Club proud. Made her first World Cup debut in 2013. Where Hudak was the top Canadian, placing 4th in the 5-kilometer women's standing race. starting out strong back in 2013, and here she is in the top of her game.
We're really, really happy to be hosting the Paranordic World Cups here in Canmore. One of the first one was in 2013, then 2017, of course, and 2021. And we really hope to be back here in 2025. It's a great lead into the Paralympic season.
Is it ever, as Ulia Mikeva from Russia? She is in the range. Second place yesterday. Fastest time, 7 minutes and 10 seconds per lap. Again, yesterday's was a bit of a sprint, a little bit of a shorter race. It's going to be interesting to compare the results from today to yesterday to see if these folks are actually conserving time and energy, given that they're doing 5 laps, not 3, or if they're saying, heck, it's the last day in Canmore. It's beautiful here. I want to go as fast as I can.
They're going as fast as they can, and their lap times will be very, very close to the sprint day yesterday. And there we go, Mikeva getting 5 in a row, and she shot clean yesterday, and she's shooting clean today. Boy, it's going to be tough to beat.
So the women, for the most part, have all finished up their range, their final opportunity in the range. You might see 1 or 2 of them still come through, but a lot of them are on to their final lap. And there's the women's standings. Brittany Hudak from Team Canada taking over in first place, 20 minutes and 29 seconds for lap number 3. Emily Young from Team Canada, 20 minutes and 53 seconds. And Ulia Mikeva from Russia in third place. Natalie Wilkie looks like she's down there in 5th place with a time of 21 minutes and 14 seconds. So the time is tight. I mean, if you're looking from first place down to 5th place to Natalie Wilkie, it's the culmination of 45 seconds, which can be made up on the climb, can be made up on the descent. And again, it's anyone's game still.
Or in the penalty loop as well. Yeah. So there we go.
Alexander Prokhanov, strong Russian competitor, 3rd place yesterday. He had a quick lap time as well, 5 minutes and 54 seconds.
2nd place on the longer distance on Thursday, so we know he can do it. He's got the stamina and speed to do the 10K.
So much of it comes down to the shooting. There is no room for error, and there's these 2 Canadians fighting it out. Again, they're friends off the court, travel the world together, compete, but when they're on the court, in a day like today, there's no friends in a powder day here in Canmore, and these ladies are pushing it. And it's exciting to see them, I mean, both firing each other up in this uphill climb. This is where the chase starts, and this is where a lot of these athletes, especially the strong skiers, can really make a lead.
Oh, definitely. That's a really big climb, very steep. You can see them going up there in the offset technique and getting ready for the downhill on the other side. That's the little hammer climb.
Now we've got Ekaterina Rumesteva from Russia, the world leader. She's not currently sitting on the podium after the last race. We're going to see how things can change. She shoots clean. She might just take home top podium position is Ekaterina Rumesteva, bib 78. She's in lane number 7. Controls her focus, controls her stamina. You need the mental clarity. Shots are out. 3 of 5. Clean. Greg, can she do the remaining 2?
I think she can. The Russians have been really great shots this week. And we called it. There you go.
We're telling the future here, folks. They're off.
And Rumesteva will really put the pressure on now. She's got the ski speed for sure.
So I believe that is going to be the final woman to come into the range here. Looking onwards now, it's Mark Arens from Team Canada. Funny enough, actually, I was perusing the internet this morning, and looks like he shot 4 of 5, so he's going to be headed into the penalty loop. But I was perusing the internet this morning, and he actually did a feature in 2014 with our own Rick Mercer. They were out there skating around Lake Louise, who's showing him how the sport works, how Paranordic skiing, the rules, everything behind it. And they even went so far as, of course, in the national park, there's a law against shooting, given everything that's around, all the nature and beauty and wildlife. And so they actually went into the Fairmont Hotel in Lake Louise and set up a shooting range.
Yeah, it's really worth it looking at that video. It's so funny. And Mark, and of course, Rick Mercer doing a great job on that. I think we have some finishers.
Our first athlete of the day coming across in this category. This is Natalie Wilkie. She's coming in strong. We're waiting for the times to come in. But Natalie Wilkie is seconds away. Doing it from Salmon RBC, doing it proud for the Larch Hills Nordic team. Crossing the finish line, Natalie Wilkie with a time of 34.05. Close behind Emily Young from Kelowna, British Columbia. Also crossing Natalie and Emily neck and neck. Emily crossed the line with the time of 33 minutes and 20 seconds. She slides into first place. Greg, she's got a 45-second lead in front of Natalie. Tight race, and like we said, that hill, you know?
Oh, we saw them going up that hill, and that was really where it played out. And Emily really laying it down. That's a great time. Great shooting today. It's very fast. Great way to end the week.
I love this shot. They're just hanging out. They're pooped. 6 days of racing, 10-kilometer distance, no energy spared, and what a way to wrap up their World Cup experience here in Canmore. The first stop of the season. Most of them heading off to Finland tomorrow for the next stop of the tour, the Europa Cup. This is bid number 83. This is Kyle Barber. And 76 coming to the finish line as well. Brittany Hudak, she was in first place. She was the current leader after lap number 4. Can she hold it down? Greg, she's seconds away from the finish line. She's holding it down, looking strong.
Oh, great time. Looks like she's well within time to end up on top here on the podium.
The time for Brittany Hudak slides into first place, 32 minutes and 49 seconds. She's got a 30-second lead. The lead grows. There's a beautiful, I love the camaraderie down there. Like we said, not friends. When they're on the court, they're competing against each other, but when they're off the court, they're best friends. They travel the world together. Lots of love and hugs, and that's one of the coolest parts about this sport.
That's a great team. The Team Canada's really got a strong team, but a really fun team as well.
Keiichi Sato from Japan. And bid number 88, that looks like Ivan Koldarov from Russia. Coming into the range. It's a good shot about, you can see just about how many people, not only athletes, but coaches, volunteers, managers, officials it takes to put on this race. We estimated around 226 volunteers for this whole week to put this whole event on. It takes a village. The whole village of Canmore is up here essentially putting this event on.
Oh, yeah, for sure. We've had people up here 12, 13 days in a row here just volunteering their time, and they're spending long days from 7 o'clock.
Santa's up here too.
Santa just showed up.
He's in the back there. Uli Mikeva heading to the finish line. The time to beat right now, 32 minutes and 49 seconds, put down by Brittany Hudak with a strong finish. Uli Mikeva slide into third place, 33 minutes and 31 seconds. So that's the bubble time right now. Brittany Hudak, Emily Young, and Uli Mikeva are the top 1, 2, 3. Benjamin Deviat, our world leader. Here he is heading into the range. Looking strong on his last lap through.
Yeah, you can see Daviat there getting ready, going through his pre-shooting routine, getting ready, getting set up.
He won his first major medal in 2014 in Sochi. And has been on an upward curve in men's Nordic skiing standing category ever since. 5 golds across biathlon and cross-country events at this first 2 World Cups of the 2018-19 season. And here he is. So 3 of 5 closed. That means he is heading into the penalty loop. Into the pit stop. Almost like a NASCAR pit stop. You know, you got to go through there.
Definitely, it's
something you got to do.
The usual suspects in this race with, the top 6 yesterday not missing a shot. He really couldn't afford to do that.
Benjamin Deviat from France, the world leader, doing 2 laps of the penalty loop. There's a good shooting shots now, bib number 89. That's Alexander Prokhnov.
Finishing third yesterday and second on Thursday at the 12.5K race. Strong shooter, strong skier.
And he's done clean shots. He's out. No stranger to the top of the course, top of the podium. Alexander Prokhnov. Russian skiers, incredible. Russian shooters, even better.
Well, it seems like they're all just naturals. They come in and bang, 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 bang. And easy.
So unofficial results of Vladislav Lekimistev from Russia in first place. Vitaly Malishev in Russia in second. Looks like a few Canadians rounding out. Mark Arens in 5th. Benjamin Deviat flying into 3rd place, a time of 23 minutes and 16 seconds. That's the bubble score right now. Vladislav from Russia, 22 minutes and 4 seconds. That is the fastest time of the day. And it looks like our very own Mark Arens down in 5th, as well as Jesse Eman down in the 8th place. We got some athletes now coming into the finish line.
That's Iweta Farron.
Iweta Farron from Poland. The time to beat right now
And Mark Aarons.
to break into the podium for the women's is 33 minutes and 31 seconds. Mark Aarons from Team Canada across the finish line. Look at how fired up he is. I love this. We saw him yesterday, just so much energy, so much fury at the end. He's just so stoked to be finished up his race. Congratulations, one of the most accomplished men's Paralympic athletes from Canada. Bid number 78 now as well. Ekaterina Rumia-Steva across the finish line. Ekaterina with a time of 33 minutes and 49 seconds. She slides into fourth place, not able to unseat her teammate Ulia Mikeva from Russia, who is currently in third. They look tired, and there's Mark Arends walking off. Strong race.
Yeah,
Two more Canadians lining up here.
Oh, definitely. Rumia-Steva there from Russia, missing a couple of shots early in the game here, really affected her time.
There's been number 81, Kaichi Sato, and our very own Kyle Barber, bid number 83. They're heading back up the hill. Time for Mark Arends. Waiting for the scores to come through. Mark Arends with a smoking 28 minutes and 44 seconds. Wow. Fastest lap time was lap number 5. 5 minutes and 19 seconds. That's incredible.
Oh, that's so fast. Really fast. You consider yesterday the winning time was just around 20 minutes, so about the same lap time is about 5 minutes a lap.
Just a couple more.
Mark again featured in the CBC podcast recently, CBC POV podcast, and was asked, after having so much accomplishment, how do you stay on the top of the game? How do you stay hungry? And his response basically was, it's such a dynamic sport. You can always improve your shooting. You can always improve your skiing. There's always so much more to build that perfect run, and he feels like he hasn't gotten there yet. So it's exciting to see someone who's that established to still have things to look forward to. As Vladislav Lekomostev from Russia crosses the finish line, slides into first place with a time of 26.37. 2 minute and 6 second lead on Mark Andres. A few more men now coming in, bib number 86 and 88. 86 is Oleg Bokotov from Russia. Bib number 88 belongs to Ivan Koblazarov. Two Russian athletes neck and neck. See has the scores as they start to update on our screen. Vladislav Lekmostev from Russia, 26 minutes and 37 seconds. Ivan Koldozarov from Russia in second place, 28 minutes and 20 seconds. Mark Arends still in that third place position, and Oleg from Russia with a time of 28 minutes and 58 seconds. So still many athletes out there, but 5 and 6 athletes still to come across. If you look to your left of the screen, you can see the climb. Next up, Vitaly Malyshev, bib number 87. This is the final push of the week. The World Cup comes to a close momentarily for Vladimir Malyshev before he jumps on the Boeing 787, takes the Air Canada flight to Finland for the Europa Cup. And Kaichi Sato, bid number 81, now coming to finish up his day. Vitaly Malyshev slides into second place at the time of 27.92, pushes the Canadian Mark Arends off the podium. And Kaichi Sato from Japan finishing up here strong. He missed 5 shots, but moves into 6th place with a time of 32 minutes and 54 seconds. Interestingly enough, here we got Vladislav Lekomostev and Vitaly Malyshev from Russia, both missing 1 shot and still able to earn themselves a position on the podium.
Yeah, really strong skiing there. Super strong skiing.
Niels Erik Uslet from Norway. He's back from the home of biathlon, coming across the finish line. Congratulations to him for finishing up. From the home of biathlon, dating back 400 years, he crossed the finish line. Bid number 89 now, Alexander Prokhanov.
91, Daviet.
And bid number 91, Benjamin Daviet, the world leader. Fortunately, had to ski a few penalty loops, waiting for the times to come through. Niels Erik Uslet from Norway, 29 minutes and 2 seconds into 8th place. Ivan Koldozarov in 5th place, 28 minutes and 20 seconds. Benjamin Daviet, our world leader, just shy of the podium in 4th place, 28 minutes and 2 seconds. Alexander Prokhanov in 3rd with a time of 27.52. Vitaly Malyshev holding down silver medal right now, 27 minutes and 29 seconds. And Lekmistev Vladislav from Russia, our current leader, 26 minutes and 37 seconds is the time to beat, and it is going to be a tough one here, Greg.
Oh, definitely. You can see there Daviat paying for those 2 penalty loops on his last round, and he shot clean yesterday and finished up second. Definitely today you needed to be shooting clean to be in the top 3.
Moving into the women's standing category, Momoko Dijama from Japan. Congratulations. 5 days, now 6 days complete. This will wrap up her final day of competition here in Canmore. We're so happy and so privileged to be able to have these nations from around the world come join us in one of the most beautiful backdrops in the world here at Canmore Nordic Center, nestled within the Rocky Mountains, just an hour and a half away from Canmore, or from Calgary. This is truly one of the most beautiful, not only Nordic centers in the world, but probably one of the most beautiful communities. Such diverse activities out here, and it's a beautiful place. I hope you all watching from home will be able to check it out. As Chloe Pinto, bid number 73. Greg, you've been living here for a number of years in Canmore. Get to call it home. You're a lucky man.
Definitely lucky. We're really fortunate to live here and be able to take advantage of the Canmore Nordic Center, and pretty much come up here every day during the winter and go skiing, and helps us stay in shape for some of that downhill POW days.
Here's the unofficial results. Looks like Chloe Pinto is heading into her final visit in the range. Brittany Hudak from Team Canada holding down the win, 32 minutes and 49 seconds. Emily Young close behind, 33 minutes and 20 seconds. Uli Mikeva in third place, 33 minutes and 31 seconds. Ekaterina Rumisteva, our world leader, 33 minutes and 49 seconds. Natalie Wilkie, Canadian, 34 minutes and 5 seconds. Iweta Farron from Poland, 37 minutes and 11 seconds. And Momoko Dijama from Japan, 42 minutes and 39 seconds. Chloe Pinto, the last athlete. We just saw her come into the range for her final shot. We'll wait to welcome her as the nice light here in Canmore. Again, you can look at the beautiful mountain ranges behind us, the snow-topped trees. It's a beautiful day out here in the Canmore Nordic Center. And don't forget, this is the only first of 2 major events taking place at Canmore Nordic Center in March. We got something juicy coming your way, don't we, Greg?
Yeah, for sure. We have the Masters World Cup 2022 coming to the Canmore Nordic Center, to this very exact same stadium. We'll be here welcoming somewhere between 1,000 and 1,200 master skiers to Canmore for some age group racing.
You too can join. Again, there's still a few spots left. If you are a master in cross-country skiing, or really a master in anything, you're welcome to Canmore. Welcome to join us here. We're super excited to look at this beautiful backdrop. This could be you skiing through this course. It's a beautiful zone, as Jesse Eamon knows all too well that this place is an incredible spot to be. Local Canmore man representing Team Alberta, the Albertan World Cup team. Jesse Eamon looking strong so far into the contest, and we're excited to welcome him in. Great experience for these folks, especially the athletes skiing at the provincial level, to be able to come out here and ski with the best of the world. And of course, hope to earn himself a spot to represent Team Canada at the Paralympics. If not this year, there's many Paralympics to come. Jesse Eamon crossed the finish line looking strong.
Oh, and that's right, Josh. That's one of the reasons we hold these events here, is to help some of the younger skiers who may not be traveling over to Europe to get on the circuit and see what it's like, experience the real deal.
Jesse Eamon with a time of 35 minutes and 22 seconds. Congratulations. Welcome to the finish line, and what a great way to wrap up his day. There's the unofficial results again. Russians still holding down that top suite. Vladislav Lekmostev in first place. Vitaly Malishev in second. Alexander Prokhanov in third. Quick times, fastest time of the day, of course, 26 minutes and 37 seconds. Wow.
Wow, that's so fast. You can see the time for Daviat there. He had those penalty shots, and that's what was the difference between being up there in first and second and possibly third.
Our own Mark Arenz in sixth place. Seriously, just a strong standing, and Jesse Eamon in 10th place. So there's the 2 Canadians looking strong. Kyle Barber also on that list. Folks, it's been a beautiful day out here. We've got one more female competitor on the course before we wrap it up, and also one more male competitor. Truly been a beautiful day out here, Canmore Nordic Center. We're so excited to be here to wrap up and really wrap up the event here and really fire up the season. Is Kyle Barber from Team Canada, coming in fast, Got those bright neon goggles, his hair flying in the wind. Heading back up for the final climb of the day.
Okay.
So Jesse Eamon, he's heading back up for the final climb. Kyle Barber's heading for the final climb. Jesse Eamon has already come back. It's a difficult climb here, folks. 52 meters throughout the whole course. They're doing 5 laps. That puts it, I believe, if my math is right, 220 meters of climb. Again, we're comparing that to the Calgary Tower in downtown Calgary, which is 190 meters. So imagine doing a little bit more than 190 meters vertical of climbing as quick as you can, next to the fastest people in the world doing it as fast as they can, and then you're coming back 4 times into the range, shooting clean, and hoping to land yourself on the top of the podium. It's a lot of things to keep going, to keep in your mind.
Yeah, it's great performances by everyone out there today. You really see the athleticism and just the training that's going into this. And we're going to see these athletes again.
We will, and there's another beautiful shot of the zone here. This could be you in March at the Masters World Cup. Incredible backdrop, massive mountains. So much to do here, and a huge thanks to our presenting partners, the Canmore Kananaskis Tourism Board. You can learn more about what's going on, what we've done in Canmore at explorecanmore.ca. Tons of great gastronomy, the restaurants, the bars, great craft breweries. So much outdoor activities to name, between dog sledding, watching the stars, hiking, mountain biking in the summertime, fat biking here. You can imagine, we actually got to see a fat biking snow groomer. I've never seen that before, but the Canmore Nordic Center has one. Maybe the only one in the world.
It could be. That's not a big seller, but we do have fat bike trails here for winter biking, and it's quite interesting, actually.
Beautiful day, the sun poking through. Received a little bit over 15 centimeters overnight last night, adding to the challenging conditions amongst the already challenging course. This has been the first stop of the World Cup circuit. Folks are heading off to Finland tomorrow for the next stop in the tour for the Europa Cup. It doesn't end here. They have a busy, busy season ahead.
Definitely a busy season, culminating back to the Beijing Paralympics, and then getting set back up for next year as well. So.
We see Kyle Barber, bib number 83 from Team Canada. He's coming across into the finish line. It's in sight. Want to welcome him in. You can see those light green neon goggles. Put his hair back, driving it like he stole it, and he's coming in. Kyle Barber from Team Canada, bib number 83, by way of Bellevue, Ontario. Now lives in Sudbury, Ontario. Been on the senior national team for 4 years. Ian Daffrin, the fans here at Canmore are going crazy. They love his hair, they love his look, they love his skiing. Cross the finish line.
Right. What's not to love about that?
Doing a little bow for the fans at home, friends and family tuning in online. Waiting to see his time come through here. But again, very strong finish. One more competitor in the women's standing category. Time now coming in. Keep me on my toes. Where did he land? Kyle Barber sliding into 11th place with a time of 38 minutes and 33 seconds.
Great result for Kyle today. Be happy about that.
Story of the day, of course, Kyle having a bit of a rough go in the range. He had to do 8 penalty loops, which, of course, if you factor out the penalty loops, you'd have quite a quick skiing time. We imagine that 8 penalty loops. How much is that? That's about
probably about 4 minutes. Yeah, it's about a kilometer. Yeah,
about a kilometer of extra skiing. So one more athlete to come. Still got one woman out on the course. Man, I cannot get enough of this view. Santa can't get enough of this view. Santa's even here with us.
Yeah, Santa's up on the hill. We'd like to thank our sponsors, of course, the Government of Canada, Government of Alberta, and Tourism Canmore Kananaskis presenting sponsor. And check it out at explorecanmore.ca. Of course, this event was put on by the Alberta World Cup Society and the Alberta Event Hosting Society for Biathlon. So a joint effort to put this on, requiring a lot of volunteers and a lot of time. So thanks to everyone.
226 volunteers created a village out here across all fields of work, from the start line, the finish line, making the meals for all the other volunteers and the staff. course, all of the jury from around the U.S. and Canada come out here to officiate the race. And, of course, you at home, tuning in online. Of course, you here, if you've come out and joined in any of the fun for any of the 6 days. This has been the final day of the 2021 World Paranordic Skiing World Cup. We started things off a week ago, started things strong with opening ceremonies on Friday. Saturday, December 4th, we did a short distance cross country. Sunday, December 5th, the mid distance cross country. Tuesday, December 7th, the sprints. Thursday, December 9th is our very first intro into biathlon with the individual biathlon. That was a long 12.5 kilometer distance race. Yesterday, Saturday the 11th, we did sprints biathlon, and today is the final day of 6 big days of contests here in Canmore, the Canmore Nordic Center, and it's all about the mid-distance biathlon. It's been an incredible journey, and we have eyes now on our final athlete coming into the finish line. As she goes up, my bad, she's actually heading back up for one more lap, and then we'll welcome her into the finish line. But Greg, it's been a beautiful, beautiful week here. We're so excited for all these athletes, everyone who came out here, and of course, all the fans at home for tuning in.
Oh, definitely. We had a great day today. We called it for sure at the start of the standing categories today. Brittany Hudak, Emily Young coming first, second for Canada, and we've got Ulia Makeva from Russia in third place. Great skiing and shooting from those three. You know, and in the standing men, we called it. This was the group. You have to shoot clean. You have to ski fast. And Daviet not having the day he wanted, but you know he'll be back.
He's still at the top of the World Cup rankings right now. Still the world leader. We'll see if that shapes up a little differently as the results come through. But again, just such a not only a historic venue, but an absolute historic sport. Again, this sport dates back 400 years, back into the folks in the snow-covered hills of Scandinavia, hunting on skis with rifles slung over their shoulders. It's been a mainstay in the Olympics and Paralympics since 1960. Again, with the very first occurrence of biathlon, modern biathlon, in 1912 between the Norwegian and Swedish military. Competed in an annual race together, 17-kilometer distance, which is insane to start off with 17
so
kilometers.
long, yeah.
And then add on to that a 2-kilometer distance of penalty loops after each missed shot, which is just, I can barely walk 2 kilometers.
Yeah, no kidding. Hey, there we have the results for the standing women. Of course, Brittany Hudak up in first place, Emily Young right there as well, and Ulia Makeva. Very close, those two.
Fastest time of the day. Look at Emily and Ulia from Russia. They're 10 seconds off Brittany Hudak from Team Canada. She's got about a 30-second lead. Strong skiing. Again, all accumulates down to the strong shooting as well. Beautiful, beautiful day out here. Ekaterina Rumesteva, just shy of the podium. She came into this race as the world leader. We're going to see if that remains true, but she lands in 4th place. Natalie Wilkie from Team Canada in 5th. Iweta Farron from Poland in 6th place. Again, a strong showcase. Here's the men standing. Vladislav Lekomostev from Russia in 1st place, 26 minutes and 37 seconds. Vitaly Malyashev from Russia in 2nd place, 27 minutes and 29 seconds. Alexander Prokhnov from Russia, 27 minutes and 52 seconds. And our very own Benjamin Davet from France in 4th. Ivan Kodorov from Russia in 5th. Canada's own Mark Arens, Mr. Dreamliner in 6th. The story continues. Oleg from Russia in 7th. Niels Erik Uslet from Norway in 8th. Keiichi Sato from Japan in 9th. And Jesse Eamon in 10th place. One more athlete still in the course. We'll be monitoring as the folks come through. Just now getting some official results here. Not as clean a shooting as we expect today.
No, we thought you'd have to shoot clean to win. Lekomtsev missing one on the last round, and Malashev was our 2nd place finisher, missing one on the 1st round. So, you know, we thought it would be clean, but it's pretty close.
Benjamin Daviet, in fact, missing 3 shots and was still able to land in 4th place, was just very impressive. We expect each missed shot adds about 1.5 minutes to your time. So if we factor that in, we would have snuck into 3rd place for sure.
Oh, definitely would have been in there for sure.
So again, clean shooting is the name of the game. But, you know, the things land the way they land, and today it's about Team Russia cleaning the sweep. One more athlete on course. We'll keep you updated as we see her come through. It'll be Chloe Pinto from France.
Yeah, on the standing women's side there, Josh, Brittany Hudak taking top spot, and here we have Chloe Pinto coming into the finish.
Chloe Pinto, the final athlete of the day to come in. She's looking strong. It's been a long day, 10 kilometers of distance, and here she comes, doing it for Team France. She's looking great as she pushes her way in, finishing up her day at the world stage, the first World Cup of the season. The fans are going wild. People are excited to see Chloe Pinto from France. Bienvenue. She crosses the finish line in a beautiful manner. Chloe Pinto, the last athlete through the gate. Congratulations. What a way to finish strong here, Greg.
Yeah, really, really good. Great day of racing. Great racing on the women's standing, and men's standing races. Super fun to watch, and hopefully everyone at home had a good time watching that as well.
Chloe Pinto coming across the line with a time of 53 minutes and 44 seconds. And Greg, beautiful day, hey?
Fantastic.
Thank you to everyone who's tuning in here. It's been an epic week of World Cup action, finishing up strong at the biathlon event, the mid-distance 10-kilometer distance race. Greg, do you have any highlights both from today and then also looking back to the week?
Well, definitely. Let's talk a little bit about the women's standing. We've got Brittany Hudak, Emily Young, and of course Natalie Wilkie coming in 5th, Mikeva coming in 3rd. I'm going to watch on the circuit, definitely. Wada Theron from Poland. She didn't do as well as she wanted to do today, but look out for her. Look for her in the season coming up here. And on the men's side, any of those top 6, we'll see them again for sure in the World Cup.
And you'll likely see those folks again representing their respective nations at the Paralympic Games in Beijing. Thank you so much for everyone tuning in here online at CBC Sports, on Facebook, on YouTube, or wherever you found us. If you've tuned in every single day, a double thank you. And again, cannot thank our volunteers, our staff, everyone here on site in the blue and the yellow, whatever you're wearing, whatever you got in your hand. Thank you so much. It's been an incredible week, and this could not be done without a complete village of folks who come out here and put this event on. This is a wrap here from Canmore. Again, this is the first World Cup of the year. 6 big days of racing complete. We're live from the 2021 World Paranordic Skiing World Cup. On behalf of all of us here, huge thanks to our partners at the Government of Canada, the Government of Alberta, Canmore Kananaskis Tourism Board, and explorecanmore.ca if you're looking to plan your trip. And if you're looking to plan your trip, you need a flight. You got to go to aircanada.com, book your flight over here. We're only an hour and a half from the Calgary International Airport to land in true paradise, escape the city living, come out here, roll yourself in the snow, make a snow angel, say hi to Santa, and enjoy your day out here. So on behalf of all of us here, thank you so much for tuning in, watching live. My name is Josh Visser, here joined alongside Greg Thompson. It's been an incredible week. Awards happened in just under 10 minutes to the finish line. Thank you so much. We'll see you back here for the Masters World Cup in early March. If you want to learn more about that, albertaworldcup.com. Thank you so much. We'll be back in March and see you at the Awards in just a few minutes.